thumbs up? All right. Well, good morning. How are you? It's good to see you all. Welcome to our retreat. I know you can't see us very well. We're live in person, but we're far separated. So the camera has a wide pan, and we probably just look like little figurines on our screen. But I really appreciate you all taking the time to be here with us this morning. We had an all-day session yesterday hearing from our community stakeholders. We're going to boil all that information down today and dive into our retreat. But as we've done in the past, it's really important to us to hear from our other local electeds in the area, and that's why you're all here today, so really appreciate it. We're joined this morning by our full council, and so this is a good opportunity for you all to meet us and for us to meet you. We've had a bit of change here in the Verde Valley as far as elected leadership, so it's exciting to meet the new mayors. And I'm hoping that the Vice Chair, Tanya Lewis, is in attendance, but she may not be. I don't think she is, so we're going to go ahead and start off then with Supervisor Donna. And folks, just so you know, we don't have half an hour for this, so we're going to have to kind of keep it as brief as possible. We're trying to cram in just too much today. It was important for us to hear from you. So, yes.
No, I think we gave you a whole. We gave you a whole hour.
Okay.
Sorry for any confusion.
Okay.
We gave them a whole hour.
Very good. All right, Supervisor Donna, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this retreat. Mayor and council members and community members and leaders, I appreciate the opportunity to say good morning to you and to, in a very brief period of time, let you know that I am here to serve you, whether you voted for me or not. I want you to know that just as I spent nearly 8 years on the College floor, it was my job, intent, and commitment to represent everyone in Yavapai County. And while this retreat elected me into this office, certainly it is all the residents, whatever party you are in or not in, for me to serve you. And it's my great pleasure and honor to do that going forward. So please know that I expect to work closely with all of you. I look forward to meeting many of you for the first time and finding out what matters to you. But as you all know, listening is a huge part of not only my campaign platform, but how I go about doing business. And so that's not likely to change. I'm looking forward to taking the oath of office this coming Tuesday at 2 o'clock at the county building in Prescott. And though, of course, we're doing everything virtually, it is will be available online. Please know that you are most welcome to attend that. I am a probationary student and a full member in good standing of the Arizona Rangers and mounted Arizona Rangers. So they will actually be escorting me, both the Verde company and the Prescott company. And I have the very good honor of having a historic Bible on which to take the oath of office from my family on this side of the mountain that has been here since the 1800s. And it's in keeping with keeping our eye on the ball of ensuring that we bring our legacy forward. And so the place to start, of course, is taking the oath of office. The chaplain of the Arizona Rangers will hold the Bible for Honorable Mayor to administer the oath. So thank you again. I'm looking very forward to my term and working with all of you. I've had the opportunity to work with many of you in the past, and more recently, for example, the Honorable Jenkins, and we've already been in the harness together on multiple issues, and I look forward to continuing that as well. So first and foremost, obviously, is what's happening to us through this pandemic. And we are all, of course, equally concerned about how we best address it. As you know, the vaccine this weekend will be available in Maricopa, Pima, and Navajo. But we need to work as a board, a county, and leadership across our region to make sure that our voices are heard too, so that our most vulnerable, of which we have a significant population, are awarded the opportunity to be inoculated with this vaccine. to update their community plans or their vision statements. So I'm working with community members and, of course, our planning folks with the county as well to that end. Being driven by what I've been advocating for as long as I've lived 30 years in Verde Valley, which is aligning with our community plans and the decisions that we make. And I'm committed to doing that. We've got some really wonderful opportunities in economic development if we do align with our community plans. One I'd like to mention, if I may, and I know people want to talk about it more, occurs in Camp Verde, and though that's District 2 and not District 3, it's all of our county as we move forward in looking at how can we ensure that we are a self-reliant Verde Valley. And it's very exciting to think that we're engaging in potential partnerships with the University of Arizona, and I know that Mary Jenkins will talk to you more about that, but an opportunity in economic development as it relates to bringing younger families in, getting them certified, gainfully employed, and therefore able to have attainable housing and create the kind of magnet that we want here, while at the same time ensuring that we do be good stewards of our diminishing resources and open spaces. So looking at working with, of course, our water issues and doing that in a regional collaborative way, and already underway in conversations regarding that. There are always development matters, and again, it goes without saying that at least from this supervisor's perspective, and I believe certainly the others as well, we will be community plan driven and eager to hear what communities have to say. That's not always necessarily been the experience in the past, but there's a real commitment to make sure that happens going forward. Certainly infrastructure issues related to significant road repair and maintenance needs, a top priority that will get underway. There's many roads to Rome, and whatever the decisions have been that may not be or will not be going forward, I know that infrastructure is certainly a priority of the supervisor, and I know the other supervisors share that with me as well. So I'll be as brief as I possibly can. There's much, much more to talk about, but I would invite any questions and just know I'm no further than your phone. I already need 5 lines, incoming lines, because people are on fire about engaging in their community, and I'm delighted to see and hear that, and look forward to finding in these new times that we are in ways in which to do that, not only as we have in the past, but in more creative, innovative, and evidence-based with results orientation going forward. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the time this morning. Thank you for your vote. I look forward to working for you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Michaels. Thanks for taking the time again. And I know it's a foolhardy mission to ask politicians to be brief, but we're all going to do our best, right? And again, this is just the start of many conversations as we work together in the coming years. So let's now turn our attention to Mayor Jenkins from Camp Verde. Certainly no stranger to public office, but now you're the mayor there in Camp Verde. We're so pleased that you're able to join us today. I saw you a second ago, and now I don't see you at all. So hopefully you're. Hopefully you're not.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes. Looks like your camera might have just reoriented itself or something.
It did this the other day. I don't understand why it works, and then it's I am a business person, but I'm not an IT expert.
That's right. That makes 2 of us. Well, we can hear you loud and clear, so you can just go on ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, so for those who may not know me, I am Dee Jenkins. I'm the newly elected mayor of Camp Verde. I was originally elected in 2016 to a 4-year term as on council, and I served the last 2 years as vice mayor. I currently work full-time as a financial analyst and general manager with a small manufacturing company here in Camp Verde, who's been in business for just about 50 years. You may not know that either. Previously, I worked in a similar capacity at W.L. Gore in Flagstaff for 31 years. I do plan, if you put the numbers together, if you're a math person, that's 50 years. And I plan on retiring at the end of this month, which was part of my motivation to run for mayor. I knew I'd have lots of time on my hand to serve the community. This is new to me. I wasn't quite sure what to speak about. I wanted to tell you a little bit about me, a little bit about Camp Verde. And in spite of COVID and the challenges we faced, we were able to accomplish a few things here in town. The much anticipated Camp Verde Equestrian Center opened, and it far exceeded everyone's expectations. It's not complete. There's still more improvements to come into the year 2021 and beyond. The sports complex, which has been on the books for over 10 years, is moving along. Right now it's on hold pending the National Park Service matching grant that we'll get hopefully the first quarter in 2021, and we can continue construction there. Another one that's really important between Camp Verde and Cottonwood, I think, is the wastewater mainland extension project, which will open up more opportunity on 260 for development. The project includes a submission of an EDA infrastructure grant, and the completion of the wastewater extension will leverage the opportunity zone with landowners and developers beyond the tax incentives they already have available to them. So we're really excited about growing business on that 260 corridor between Camp Verde and then on to Cottonwood. Looking ahead, it's no different than the rest of mayors are facing. Living, working, operating business. As I work in business, I can speak for businesses. It's very difficult in this situation under the shadow of COVID. It's quite daunting at times. So for us, I look as mayors that we continue sharing information throughout the valley and the county. Information in these resources necessary to understand the changing statistics. I believe January we're going to see another spike. Very, very discouraging. I hope that we work together to ensure the vaccine, when it's finally released, is distributed quickly and appropriately. We can do that as a group. I enjoy those Monday morning meetings. I think we'll certainly talk about that next Monday. Donna briefly talked on transportation and traffic issues. Camp Verde recognizes there are issues within the Verde Valley, but we believe that future discussions must be transparent and involve citizen input. And we're here to be a partner in this to ensure that the process is effective and it really does solve the issue. And enough said about transportation. Lastly, and it's really not last, it's always at the top of my list as a community that is right on the Verde River. I want to continue our partnerships here with groups and communities, associations, whatever we need to do to protect the river. Camp Verde, we have a viable agricultural business. We're going to be working, hopefully, with the University of Arizona in some support to help us grow that business. And the flow of the Verde River is absolutely important to that business. All of us enjoy the Verde River, and we reap the benefits economically from the river. So I believe we must continue to work together. It's our responsibility to ensure the river continues to flow. And that's a priority for me, and I hope to get more involved in that as I stop my working full-time, and I'm really looking forward to meeting all of you and learning more about you and what your plans are and how Camp Verde can be a part of that. Tim, thank you so much for inviting me, and everything you've done for Camp Verde and all of the surrounding communities. I really thank you a lot, and I hope to work with you in the future. Thank you. Have a great day. And I'll take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. We'll hear from the other mayors, and then we can open it up to the council for questions. But I really do appreciate you taking the time to be here, and look forward to working with you as well. And happy retirement. I should have done that years ago, but I just haven't yet.
Oh, it's kind of scary, but I'm ready.
You'll have something to fill your time, I think. All right. Mayor Moriarty, good morning from Sedona. So you're one of those unfortunate mayors that has to campaign every 2 years, which you've done for several years now, and you keep winning your seat. You must be doing something right. Thanks so much for being here and joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you as always for the invitation to participate. Yes, I've been in Sedona for 49 years, for those of you who may not know me, although many of you do. And I've lived in Sedona that whole time, and I did participate on 3 different committees to get the city incorporated in 1988 after 2 elections. The second one finally did succeed. And I served on the first appointed city council, but had not run for office until I ran for mayor. So I did serve on the Housing Commission prior to that. And I'm an accountant. I still work part-time, and it's harder to find that time lately, because since the pandemic, the mayoral duties have taken more of my time than previously. But our priorities in Sedona, although we haven't had our retreat yet, we've put it off until very early February due to a couple of things. Some of you may realize we have a new chamber director coming in. Candace Carr-Strauss. She comes to us from Big Sky, Montana, where she headed up the Chamber and Visitors Bureau. And I'm looking forward to having that. And she will be at our retreat. And that was one of our considerations in scheduling. So that's exciting for all of us. We miss Jennifer, but she's up in Park City now, and we certainly wish her the best, and looking forward to working with Candace. So although we haven't discussed our priorities in our retreat, the ones that are carrying over and our major priorities, so we haven't changed our priorities that much in recent years, and I don't expect a lot of change this year either. And so traffic and transportation is pretty much always at the top of the list, although these days what's at the top of the list always is the virus and dealing with the virus. So I do keep up with that daily. Wasn't much posted today before the meeting started, so I'll be looking at all those 5 websites I always look at daily. Well, at least except the weekends when some of them don't update, just to see where we are. And as Dee mentioned, it's not looking good right now, as I think you're all aware. It's very serious, and it's really important that we stick to our protocols even after the vaccine is available, because we're not out of the woods even then. So, but traffic transportation is a major issue, and we had a major transportation study done. Out of it came our transportation master plan. It's a 10-year plan, basically. We're funding it primarily with sales tax. We did institute a 0.5 cent sales tax to finance those improvements, to help finance. That isn't to say it's going to do it all, but it does a good portion of it. And so we started with the road that we own in Uptown Sedona, and those improvements are now complete. So I don't know if any of you have driven it, but when you come down the canyon into Sedona from Flagstaff, there are now 2 dedicated lanes going south, which has functioned maybe too well to get people to the Y, where you turn left to go on 179. And that's going to be a tougher nut to crack, dealing with 179 in front of Tlaquepaque. But we are working on that too. But the uptown improvements are done. There's now a median down the middle that's so people cannot, for the first time in the 49 years I've been here, they can't walk across the street anymore in Uptown. So because of that, we did install 2 roundabouts, one at Jordan Road and one at the upper end, right at where you go to the canyon. And we have a new road going off that 89A as you come into Sedona, and it goes more directly to our city parking lot. And it is a new street, and in fact, we're dedicating it this Sunday. It's called O&B Way for the O&B family that's been in the area for a very, very, very long time. So that's an entirely new road and will help people get to our parking lot. Also, we've always been interested in affordable housing in Sedona. It's kind of an oxymoron. Land has always been very high priced in Sedona, even relatively speaking. Back in 1972, when I moved here, it's always been an issue. Affordable housing. We continue to work on that, and some of you are probably aware, and I know some of you are continuing to have the same consultant we did complete a housing study for us. We discussed that study for the first time on Wednesday, this past Wednesday. And it's full of a lot of facts and information we need to move forward toward affordable housing, but it isn't going to be easy. It has never been easy, and it's not going to be easy now, but at least we have a good basis. And they have already done some studies in the Verde Valley itself, outside Sedona, because it's not just a local issue, it's a regional issue. And housing for everyone happens. In Sedona's case, most of our employees live outside the city, and many people who work in Sedona live outside the city. So it's going to be interesting as we move forward to see what takes place. And of course, a part of affordable housing has developed into the issue we have with short-term rentals, which is a major issue in Sedona. And that is something we have a great deal of difficulty dealing with, because in Arizona, we cannot regulate or manage in any, really, hardly at all, short-term rentals. I call them STRs for short. So, and that's because we need to change state law. And last year, even though there was a bill moving through and it passed the Senate, it did not do what I wanted it to do, because the primary problem is that Arizona law says we have to treat short and long-term rentals the same. Well, they're not the same. So it makes no sense to have to treat them the same. One is essentially a business, and we have zoning laws, but this particular issue, we can't say they're a business, and so they can't be in neighborhoods. So that's where they are. They're in neighborhoods. I'm not totally against short-term rentals, but I continue to work with the League of Arizona Cities and Towns to lobby at the state level to try to change that law significantly. However, this last election, the composition of the legislature changed very little. And so I just don't know how much we'll be able to get done. What we will be in there trying to still change that state law about short-term rentals so that we can manage them to some extent. We have, by our count, about 750 in the city, in city limits, and another 1,100 some in the immediate area outside the city limits, including the village of Oak Creek. So it's a lot, and it does erode our neighborhoods, the neighborhood character. And it really has the other thing that it's really done, and it's, you can't find a place to rent in Sedona right now. You can barely find a place to buy. It has driven up the price of rentals and owner-occupied homes also, higher than it's ever been. So recession, pandemic, it doesn't seem to matter. Those prices are up. So that's an issue moving forward. I do serve on the executive committee of the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, and I chair one of the policy committees. So I'm in a fairly good position to work on this at the legislature with the league, and that's what we can expect to do going forward. The problem is we don't know, because of the pandemic, what the legislature is going to be like, how long the session will be. Are they going to operate remotely? What are they going to do? So we just don't know any of those things at this moment. So we'll see how that happens. But I hope by at least the following year, we can have a normal legislative session and work as hard as we can to get things done. And we'll work this year too, as much as we can. We just don't know at this point what we can do. So let's see if there's anything I think I missed. Oh yes, one of our other major projects is still sustainable tourism. And our new chamber director actually has some experience in that as well, coming from Big Sky. So, so we continue to work on that aspect. We do have a plan that we've adopted along with the chamber. We're working on it jointly, and we expect to continue to work on that. And I'll take any questions when the time is right. I hope I didn't talk too long, Tim.
Oh, no, you're good, Mayor Moriarty. Appreciate you being here again, and appreciate your hard work on the short-term rental issue, too. It's a big deal for us here in Cottonwood, and we appreciate being your relief valve for the sustainable tourism initiative that you have there. We benefit, too, from your tourism. So let's head across the river and up the hill to Jerome and meet Mayor Jack Dillenberg. Thanks. Sir, again, you've been on council for a while. You're no stranger, but now you're mayor. How does that feel?
Well, it's pretty amazing. I'm so delighted they lowered the bar to let me be mayor. The good news is they didn't make me limbo under it. So it's all good. For those, thank you. And it's quite an honor for me. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a recovering dentist, public health dentist. I've spent the last 50 years in the public health world. I was retired as dean of I started the first dental school in Arizona down in Mesa at A.T. Still University, and I was the dean for 15 years. And the school is the nation's first public health-oriented dental school, and we've done an incredible work there with our team. Prior to that, some of you may know I was the health secretary for the state of Arizona. I oversaw the Arizona Department of Health Services for 4 years in the cabinet of Fife Symington. So I was the health secretary for Arizona, the dean, and then I was the associate director for public health for the state of California, overseeing locally all public health for West LA County, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Malibu, and Venice. Living in Venice for 4 years, I call that Jerome by the Sea. So it was quite something before I came here. I failed in retirement, and I'm busy still doing a lot of global work, mentoring, advising, particularly in special needs. And this is one area that we're looking at in Jerome as well. I do a lot with the Special Olympics, World Games, and a variety of issues. I was a dentist at an institution for a number of years for those with developmental disabilities. The other thing I'm doing, so I'm the mayor, I'm doing my public health stuff on the side, and I was asked by the Arizona State Supreme Court to be a public member of their ethics committee. Basically, it's their attorney discipline and probable cause committee that oversees bad behavior by attorneys in the state of Arizona. If an attorney does something that gets a complaint to the state bar reviews it and submits it to our committee. So I tell my lawyer friends, you better behave, because once a month I'm on that committee, and we do all sorts of adjudication for bad behavior by attorneys in the state of Arizona. It's very interesting, learning a lot. Anyway, Jerome, I love Jerome. I've been coming up here for over 30 years. My wife and I were married here. We lived here. We're now here full-time for close to 5 years. And as you know, Jerome is a historic site, 457 people, but yet we get over close to 1.4 million visitors a year, and we're trying to provide quality quality experiences for these folks, and it's quite difficult when you've got infrastructure issues, and we do, whether it be water and sewer, and as the mayor, Sandy has mentioned, affordable housing is a critical issue. The land has gotten pretty valuable and scarce up here, so our young people that we're trying to engage here, we're having a tough time keeping here. So we're in a project to restore the Hotel Jerome, and that's come along now. We've gotten grants for that. We're open to any ideas on that so that we can provide housing for our young artists. And again, the affordable housing really is a critical issue for us. The other thing is transportation. I've been meeting with the Yavapai transportation folks, and again, I want to commend and thank Cottonwood, Clarkdale, and the other communities for providing us some advice and assistance. And there's, we have a lot of seniors up here. We have a lot of people that are, food insecure, if you will, that we don't have a supermarket here. We don't have a bank up here. We don't have certain services and needs that citizens have. And so they're required to go down the hill. Well, we've got one van that we use a day a week, but we need more than that. We've got people here that just haven't gotten out. And I want to make sure that, these senior citizens have an opportunity to go down to a library, go down and see a movie, go down and visit friends and colleagues in Cottonwood, which has done some tremendous development, and same with Clarkdale. And so we're looking at creative ways to enhance and improve our transportation and become part of the shuttle that is used down there. The food insecurity was an eye-opener for me as well. Colleagues, and we have the church up here that does a market for people, and it's open to everyone, not just Jeromeans, but people come up from all over. But we find 35% of the citizens of Jerome are food insecure and have to get their food from the church on Thursdays. And that's an eye-opener for me. Our citizens are so community-minded. We have a number of citizens that go in there, get the food, prepare it, and then make it available and deliver it to those citizens that can't get out and get the meals. So as wonderful as Jerome is, with all the visitors we get, we do have critical issues for our high-risk patients. One of the things that I'm going to start hopefully in January is a self-health clinic in our town hall. I want people to understand that we care about them. I've got some nurses up here that have volunteered, and I open this up to my colleagues on the phone. We want to be able to have our citizens can go into town hall, check their A1C for diabetes, I got a blood pressure machine donated to the town so that they can check their blood pressure and so on. So I think the sustainability and of our citizens is critical. One of the things too, so we've got the self-health clinic, I mentioned the food insecurity, I mentioned the transport, the affordable housing, again, is a critical issue. Some of you may or may not know, but the Clarkdale, we have a cemetery that's owned by Jerome down in Clarkdale there, close to 40 acres. And Robyn, you know this. And we've met a few times there. We want to look at that. There's about 20 acres adjacent to it that I want to work with Clarkdale and see if we can develop that into an affordable housing area for individuals. It's got water, it's got electric, and I think it has opportunity that we could do something meaningful with that. APS is going to be doing a power plant down there. I think that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So I think there are opportunities there. One thing where we need a little help is with our inspections, fire and housing, and building inspections. We have Rusty, who I love, Rusty Blair, our fire chief, and Al Mumma, our police chief, that are dedicated to our community. But we do need some assistance, and I know Clarkdale and Cottonwood have helped when they can, and we certainly appreciate that. But that's one area where I think our opportunities for collaboration continue to help us with when an inspection comes up, and Barry, our inspector's not around. He's a part-time guy, to see if we can help and move some of these projects along. We have the high school up here. We're looking at ideas to maybe develop that with the mining company to see if, in fact, that could be a resource for many of us for events and theater. It's got an auditorium potential that is huge, but again, needs quite a bit of financing to develop it. But I think that it has parking available, and it could be a wonderful opportunity for us down the road. So one of the things I'm glad we're all dealing with COVID-19. I appreciate our mayor in Sedona, who diligently, Sandy, every day gets the data. When we have our meetings every week, boy, she is right on it and is a tremendous source. I think one of the things I like to say that I've observed being a former health director and former president of the Association of All Health Directors in the U.S., that we're very lucky to have Lisa, our health director for Yavapai County. She really steps up, and Donna, that just so you know, you probably had conversations with her already. She shows up, she works, she puts this community first. And I shared with my colleagues on our calls that I've never met her in person, but I've dealt with her professionally, and we're very fortunate to have her heading up our public health efforts in Yavapai County. We have a mask ordinance in Jerome. At first, we're getting the pushback. I can't believe there's still people out there that think this is a hoax, that think this is all made up. I don't know. Maybe the drugs from the 60s are just kicking in for these people. I don't know, but it blows my mind. And I think that we're seeing much better compliance with that now, colleagues, and I'm delighted for that. I think there are, but we still need to address that. One of the things, too, as a reminder, 89A, which goes through Cottonwood and goes through Clarkdale, winds up, that's our main street in Jerome. It's amazing to me to have our little town that the main street is an interstate highway. So that restricts things we can't do. We can't put walkways on that street. This
conference will now be recorded.
There you go. Well, now, see, they're waiting for me to finish. I don't blame them. But my ex-wife isn't running that, is she? That's important, too. As my colleagues that we meet weekly know and have known me for years, I take my work very seriously, but sometimes not myself. I think we have to, with all the difficult time and all the things we're doing, be professional. And as I tell my students that I still lecture to, integrity is number one. Number one, what we do. Don't lie, cheat, or steal. That's why I really appreciate all of the officials here in our towns. I'm honored to be working with you. I think I've mentioned more than I should have for our little town, but we are honored to be part of this wonderful community we call the Verde Valley. I cherish being here, and whatever I can do to help from my public health perspective or in my role as the new mayor for the next 2 years for Jerome, I'm here. Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the hospitality and the opportunity to share these thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dillenberg. Looking forward to meeting you in person, and we're here to help you as well. So welcome to the team. And there's a real, big spot in my heart for Jerome. I've had family up there for a long time, and it's just a wonderful community that you represent. So good for you. Glad you're mayor. All right, let's head down the hill now. Head to Clarkdale. Robyn, Prud'homme-Bauer, welcome. You're the newly elected mayor after ousting the institution of Doug Von Gossick. That was, he was mayor forever and ever in Clarkdale. But you're certainly no stranger. You and your family have been there for an awful long time. Your mom as well was an elected official, isn't that correct? And you've served on a number of boards and commissions in the area, and you're no stranger to service. So could you unmute yourself and introduce yourself?
Good morning. Thank you, Tim, so much for inviting us all to be here. Yes, I've been around Clarkdale for almost 24 years. My family moved to Clarkdale 35 years ago, over 35 years ago, and bought a small business there in manufacturing and construction. So today I still run the business. So I am a small business owner that continues to be involved very much in our town of Clarkdale and the region of the Verde Valley. And I have spent a lot of time involved in issues around Clarkdale. I've been served on probably almost every board and commission except I think Park and Recreation. It's the only one I didn't serve on. And involved actively in my business community. I still am involved with the Clarkdale Downtown Business Alliance, which is the group that has been operating and doing most of the big events outside of our wonderful Halloween and July 4th and those things, but we've done the block parties, Clarktoberfest, and the car show have been our main things as a way of attracting people to Clarkdale and come to visit our businesses that are there. As you know, Clarkdale is a population of around 4,500, a little short of that. We were founded in 1912 as a master plan, as the first master plan community in Arizona. I think that's always important because that is how we continue today, is to look at ourselves as a very well-planned master community. Our original town site is recognized as a historic district on the National Register of Historic Places. So we have that history that's well embedded in us. We boast today of 8 parks and recreation areas. Yes, Clarkdale does have places where people can get out and be a part of our wonderful community, including 2 access points along the Verde River, which is a very important part of Clarkdale through our Verde River at Clarkdale program. We are also the gateway to Sycamore Canyon Wilderness Area and to Zigut National Monument. And we proudly call Yavapai College Verde Campus our home. We love having them there, along with the Southwest Wine Center. And 3 wonderful wineries that we hope to see that whole industry grow in Clarkdale. We have a brand new brewery and boutique hotel downtown, which is very exciting for some of the redevelopment that is occurring there. But one thing that is really big for us, and I think I don't know, all of you know, we have the only rail line into the region. Not only for Verde Canyon Railroad, but also it is used by Salt River Materials Group, Phoenix Cement, to haul supplies into the Clarkdale plant and haul cement out of the plant. That can be a very important transportation infrastructure issue for us to think about regionally. We have major manufacturing companies within Clarkdale, such as Molden Graphics, Bent River Machines, along with numerous diverse and small businesses that are located throughout our commercial and industrial areas and home-based locations. But yes, we have plenty of room to grow. Our vision, which is really says it all for Clarkdale, is a place that makes sense. But what are our challenges? All of this I've talked about leads into our challenges. Of course, the number one challenge for us is COVID-19. Not only monitoring it, but making sure we have a consistent, ongoing message of safety and health for all of us, not just at Clarkdale, but the region, especially as the vaccine rollout starts to begin. Keeping our businesses, our government, and our schools open are very important to us while we stay safe, and that is our goal. But what are some of our other critical issues that I think many of us have in common? We've mentioned them, others have mentioned them too. We have an aging infrastructure. Our water and sewer system dates back to 1912. We've done some major upgrades on the water system since we bought it many, many years ago, but we need to do more. Especially in the areas of our wastewater treatment facility. We have a large part of Clarkdale that is still on septic. So that is a major issue for us, especially since some of it is within our commercial areas. Our roads. We've done some work on our roads, our major arteries, but our other paved roads in Clarkdale are suffering with major repairs that are needed. So just to bring them up to a point where we can have continual long-term maintenance on them. So that is something that is very important to us within Clarkdale, but also connects to everybody in the region. Our other infrastructure, and I hope that we talk about this as an infrastructure need for the region, is broadband. COVID-19 absolutely highlighted that as a critical issue facing all of our communities here. We're actively working with Vivi Rio on seeking significant funding to create a broadband network connecting all parts of the Verde Valley. This will be our backbone. We as we within Clarkdale also figure out how we're going to develop broadband for not just our businesses, but our residents and our schools alike in a way that allows us to grow sustainably, economically, and for the long-term health of our education and healthcare needs. As we continue to grow, and we know we will, we are going to look at all ways to preserve our small town attitude. We are a small town. But we plan to provide jobs, schools, and attainable housing opportunities for all who currently live there or want to live in our community and work and play in Clarkdale, because we do all three fairly well. Our challenge, of course, is maintaining that small town attitude, managing development in a smart and sustainable manner is our challenge, but it's also our commitment. So all of this goes together. And lastly, in terms of our town government, we are looking at ways to streamline our administrative processes and procedures to help guide anyone who walks through our doors, whether it's residents, whether it's businesses and property owners, potential developers. We want to make Clarkdale a place that's easy to do business with. My final thoughts as we go forward here is that I see all of these challenges, not just as Clarkdale's challenges, but they are challenges we all face in the Verde Valley. So talking, sharing, working together on them, I know we can find ways together to challenge, to meet these challenges effectively for all of our communities. I had a saying when I was, as I was in my last big community role as chairperson of the Verde Valley Regional Economic Organization and a founder, I used to say on a regular basis is that each of our individual communities have much greater strength working together as a region on issues we all have in common. It is what makes us the Verde Valley. So I really do look forward to continuing our conversations for all of us on the challenges in a collegial, civil, respectful, and transparent manner. So I really thank you all for inviting me here today for an opportunity to talk a little bit about my town of Clarkdale.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I really look forward to working with you in the future. I'm certainly pleased you got in there, so welcome.
Thank you.
And we're going to open it up now for some questions. Do we have any questions from council for the other elected officials? I wanted to ask Mayor Dillenberg if you could, you touched on it briefly, it's the Hotel Jerome, the building where the Artist Co-op is located. I think there's a plan to put in some affordable housing there, is that correct? And can you get a little more detail on the status of that and how many units you think you'll be able to provide?
Well, thank you. Well, it's an expensive project. We got a little grant money for it. We need more resources, so to speak. The roof has been done. We've gotten rid of the asbestos that was in there, and we put new windows in. So it was a major project to get over 70 new windows in there and to get that thing going. I would think we could get 30 to 40 units in there, maybe more. We need to get we need to get it fire safe. So that's a sprinkler system, fire escape. There's an elevator shaft, but we probably need an elevator in. So there are lots of little details to get it done, but it is a high priority for us, and we want to make it affordable housing for folks. There were thoughts about making one-floor assisted living, possibly. But again, these are all discussion. We'd love to see if maybe there's an opportunity to collaborate with our colleagues down the hill to see for it also. We also would like to see maybe that could be some housing for some of our town employees that we want to have them live in Jerome, but some of them can't afford it. It's gotten so pricey. So that's the plan. We're making good progress, and we're certainly looking, I've asked Hunter, who was a former council member, to continue to lead the project, and he's doing that. And so it's moving along. Parking is an issue, as you know, in our town. And so, matter of fact, I've got a meeting this week with my council members to sort of discuss what are the parking opportunities and needs around the Hotel Jerome to accommodate that.
All right, very good. Thank you. I look forward to seeing that come to fruition. I think that's an awesome project. I know it's been on the books for a while, but I think it's great. Mayor Prud'homme-Bauer, your predecessor, I enjoyed working with Doug very much. I think one of his lasting legacies, of course, was putting a lot of emphasis on the river as part of his economic development strategy in Clarkdale, and I really commend him for doing that. So he was very river focused, but are you going to continue that, or do you plan to expand your economic development focus?
Well, the river focus is also an economic development focus. It's part of that focus. So I think the two are very well worked together in that respect. So yes, we will still have a lot of a focus on the river, but we are looking at how we bring businesses into Clarkdale in many of our areas, not just our historic downtown area where we have quite a few properties that would be wonderful for a variety of businesses. And of course, we have large commercial areas along 89A towards Cottonwood and on Broadway towards Old Town Cottonwood that are ripe for businesses that will meet the needs of our area, not just commercial, not just tourism based, but those things such as having a grocery store, small businesses for maybe professional services, healthcare, services that we all might need, maybe in the construction area, some manufacturing. So that's how I look at the river, as just part of our bigger economic strategy for growing Clarkdale.
Very good, thanks. Yeah, I know you have a lot of industrial and commercial land that's vacant right now. A lot of potential there.
Yes,
so. Good, that's good to hear.
Yes.
Any other questions from council?
I was hoping that Sedona Mayor Moriarty would touch a little bit more on some of how maybe Sedona is, I know we've borrowed some from Sedona with your Safe, Clean, and Ready, but perhaps your sustainable tourism and the balancing between COVID and events, marketing, and tourism that we're all facing as a region. We just had a brief conversation here in Cottonwood yesterday about that, so I was wondering if you had any thoughts to share with the group along those lines.
Well, of course, we have acted, I believe, since the beginning of the pandemic out of abundance of caution, which I think is only appropriate. So for now, most of our major events have been canceled. And frankly, some of you may know that I'm one of the founders of Sedona Wine Fest, which has been a signature event in Sedona for some time now. And we canceled this year. And you know, with the vaccines coming up, I was thinking, well, maybe we won't have to cancel next year, but you know, I have a feeling we might have to again. I don't know. Large events are probably one of the most risky situations we can all be in these days. And so we may have to delay events like that as long as possible. And, you know, we depend on events in Sedona for our tourism because people are always looking for something to do, and we've always given them lots of choices. But you know, I think these days people are one of the things that gets people here, and we've seen. I think we've all seen. All of us in the valley have seen. Tourism did not slack off the way we thought it would. It certainly did in April and May, but after that, boy, once Memorial Day came, we've been just mobbed practically ever since. The forest is crowded. There are real issues around that, but tourists are here because it's a less dense atmosphere than a big city. And they're not just here as tourists, they're buying property and moving here because we've discovered during the pandemic, there's way more we can do remotely than we thought we could. So I think going forward, if you have a specific question about about events more than if I haven't, I'm not sure I've answered your question, but I think we do have to be careful going forward about jumping back into large events. And I hope the year after that will be more back to normal or forward. I like to say forward to the new normal. And I want to tag on to what Robyn said, and I'm really proud that the Verde Valley has always been able to work together. And I got involved valley-wide in AYSO soccer when I first moved here, and so I've been working valley-wide all along. I don't think there's another region in the state, seriously, that works together the way we do. It's a real benefit, and I really enjoy working with all of you and getting to know all of you and the other towns in the Verde Valley. So, but tell me if I haven't answered your question.
No, those were excellent thoughts. Thank you, Mayor. And to echo your sentiments, I've missed our quarterly intergovernmental meetings with the group where we all can, have these same types of discussions about our regional goals, challenges, and what we're working towards. But you did, and thank you very much for your thoughts.
And just, if I may, I just want to second the mayor's comments about the collaboration. I'm the rookie on this team, but they couldn't be more welcoming or helpful. And I agree. I think the sense of community that exists in the Verde Valley is unique. I spent a lot of time throughout the state, and it is true. And we're all in this together, as that slogan for the pandemic emerged. But I'm so thankful to have the folks in leadership that are here now, and I think we're all going to benefit from it as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would agree with that. This is a good reminder of why we live here in the Verde Valley, and I think you're absolutely right. The more united we are, the more we get things done, and it's true. I travel across the state as well, and there isn't collaboration like you see here. We are a good community, so thanks to all of you for your leadership. Thanks for being here this morning. I just want to point out the nation, was absent this morning. They're sometimes difficult to connect with, but it's really important for us to continue to try to reach out and connect with them. They've been here a while. They have a lot of wisdom to share, so just keep them in your thoughts as we do work together and plan. Always continue to try to reach out to them. One other thing, Verde Front. If you don't know about the Verde Front, now you're all mayors. Your participation is expected. I once tried to get out of a Verde Front meeting early on, and I got my wrist slapped and was chastised, and so I've never missed one since. But it's really important. Speaking of collaboration, it's one of those collaboratives that we all really need to get ourselves present in, and then get our staffs wrapped around as well. And the Mayor Moriarty knows this very well. It's a great organization. We get a lot done for our valley. So, all right, we're going to close it then, and just again, really appreciate your time. Looking forward to working with you in 2021, and stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you. Nice meeting all of you.
Yes.
Thank
All the
you.
best.
Be well. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
make his brain work a little bit here. This is our annual strategic planning retreat, okay? We do this every year. It was very important to me when I came in as mayor to make sure we did a very thorough retreat every year, and this is certainly one of the better opportunities we have to sit together as a council and really hash out a lot of the meat of what we're going to do in the coming year or two. And you know, we're closing the year out here, and what a year it's been, right? During our last retreat, of course, it was all pre-COVID. We could not have imagined where we would be today, and it's certainly a running theme in everything we heard yesterday from our community members and stakeholders, nonprofits, et cetera. It's running theme from the other mayors this morning is just COVID. And I don't want to downplay the severity of COVID because I know how serious it is. But at the end of the day, I think it really stresses even more the importance of getting together as a council and coming up with a strategic plan. I'm really proud of this council because, you know, when COVID arrived, we held our ground, and we were one of the last cities to close down. And we did close down when there was the initial shutdown, but as soon as we could, we opened back up and continue to provide the services that our community depends upon. And we've done so in a safe way. We've really done so throughout this pandemic. So we were really the first to open back up, last to close down. Strangely, we were the first also to implement a mask mandate. And that was understandably controversial. It definitely did, again, understandably fracture some of the trust that I think the council has had in me, and I'm working to rebuild that. But this has been a challenging year on just a lot of different fronts. But through it all, even though we've disagreed sharply on a lot of issues, we, through our city manager, have continued to move forward, and we just haven't slowed down. A lot of the other communities and even the county have shut their doors and really put a lot of things on the back burner. You know, our court remained open throughout this entire pandemic. We just haven't slowed down, and I think that's really important because we are the commercial hub of the Verde Valley. We do provide an awful lot of services, and I mean, for a community that only has less than 13,000 residents, we're a big player. We do a lot, and it's important that we continue to do that, and important that we continue to set that pace and that example for the rest of the valley. So COVID has certainly been a distraction. It's certainly been a disruption, and but again, we've found a way to still work together and get through it, and we will get through it. We're going to be here for a while. I really believe that. I think even once the vaccines roll out, we're I don't know if the vice mayor is going to be first in line to get that vaccine or not. Probably not. Probably not. I'll see what it does to y'all. Exactly. I'll probably be that guinea pig. Offer my shoulder for that. But the point is, it's going to be a long time before the vaccine is effective enough for us to really get back to normal. So we're going to be making some extremely challenging decisions in the weeks and months ahead. Even so, even so. But there's one thing that this has really taught me, and I've, as you know, I've served with this council for 15 years now, and with our management team for 15 years, served these citizens for 15 years. And we've been through some tough times before, but I recall, when the economic crisis hit, I remember that sense of ominous doom that hung over me when I realized that the world around us was just crumbling. And it was really frightening. And the same thing happened in March here in Cottonwood. And I remember sitting in the manager's office and just shaking my head thinking, what is happening around us, But time and again, this community's shown me that, and even in this, I don't have a whole lot of faith in our state and federal leadership these days, to be honest. There are some shining examples of good leadership, but moreover, I don't have a whole lot of faith. I do have a whole lot of faith in our community in our city, our leadership, and our management. And in those first early days when we assembled our task force and started to see what resources we had in this community to help one another out, I quickly realized that we're going to be fine. We do have everything we need right here in the Verde Valley, right here in Cottonwood, to help us get through this, this pandemic. And so again, not to downplay the severity of it, because it is very serious. At the end of the day, this retreat's ever more important because we need to keep our eye on the prize, and we need to move forward. And so that's really what we're here today. I'm very excited to introduce Marcy Taylor. Ron and I had a pretty long list of folks we wanted to interview to bring in today to help facilitate this retreat. And Marcy was just cheapest, so I'm kidding. She stood above.
Not true.
No, it's not true. She stood above, and I'm really pleased to have you here with us today. So please introduce yourself and let's get things started.
Sure. I'm probably going to sit most of the time, but I'll just stand for the beginning to introduce myself and get us all oriented to what we're going to do today. And I'm sorry for my back. And I hope everybody online can hear as well. Thank you so much for inviting me here today, Mayor Elinski, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council, Councilperson Wilden, who's participating remotely, and Mr. Corbin. I'm really excited about being here. I love what is happening in Cottonwood. It's just such an exciting place. I think you have so many opportunities, and I'm pleased that I get to help with the conversation today. So my role here today is a facilitator. My job is to make sure that you all chime in about all the issues that we discussed today and the issues that are important to you. My job is to ask you to stop chiming in a little bit if some people chime in a little too much, to give other people an opportunity to talk. That happens from time to time. But really, this is your retreat, and this is your plan. So the more I talk, the less it's about you, and it needs to be all about you and all about Councilperson Wilden, who's on the phone. I just wanted to quickly, go over the objective for today and the agenda. Obviously, our objective today is to come out of this meeting with a strategic plan for the next 2 years. I was thinking about when I started doing strategic planning about 20 years ago, we used to have 5-year planning horizons. Today, we're talking about 2 years. It feels like in the last 9 months, it's hard to plan for the weekend when it's Friday, right? So we don't, we're going to plan for the next year or two, but recognizing that the world is changing very quickly. And then I'll just talk about the agenda and how we've kind of structured the day. We had the guest speakers this morning. We're going to start with a little introductory exercise to get everybody comfortable. You don't often have a chance to just speak with each other and talk in the same room. So we'll have a little exercise, and then we'll go through this morning. The idea is to get out of this morning with what our goals are going to be. So we're going to start at the 30,000-foot level. Big picture, what are the goals? And then as we go through the day, we'll get down deeper and deeper into the nitty-gritty until we have a plan with some specific tactics at the end of the day. We'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back, we'll do an exercise, we'll talk about the tactics, then we'll take another break, and then the final session will be to kind of hone down the priorities. And my hope is that we'll all walk out of here today with 3 kind of signature items that if we don't get to anything else in the plan, we want to make sure that these 3 things are what we're going to accomplish, and we want everybody on the council to be able to articulate those 3 things to everyone, so we're all on the same page. And then what I'm also hoping is that we can come out with some short-term wins, because if we can get some things that we can accomplish in the next 3 to 6 months, I think that would be great, and it would provide some momentum for the plan so that we can keep going for the future. So we're going to start off with an exercise, and I'm going to make you talk a little bit. I thought that I had a great time speaking with each of you in preparation for this. I spent some time with each of you on phone or on Zoom to kind of get to know you a little bit before today, and I appreciate your taking the time to do that. But you all have a why. We all have a why collectively as to why we're here for Cottonwood, but each of you has your own why as to why you did this, why you wanted to serve, why you've been part of public service for many years in some instances, and why you chose to run for council, and why you're here today. I don't want a stump speech, that's okay, but if we can just go around the room a little bit and hear why you're here, and why it's important to you to be of service to your community. Mayor, since you knew that this was going to be part of the
I didn't know.
You kind of knew this was the exercise. Can I call on you first so I can let the other council people give some thought to what they might say?
Yeah, no, thanks. Why am I serving on council? Why is public service important to me? I think I just go back to I was born and raised here in Arizona, and I grew up in a real small community outside of a small community. So I grew up in East Verde Park, which is a little private pocket of land north of Payson. And I just didn't have a lot of opportunities growing up in the rural environment that I did. And so I think, and I witnessed a lot of change in Payson, when there was a mill there, a lumber mill that employed a lot of families and folks in the area that shut down. I recall the last whistle blowing and kind of what that did to the community, and it just changed after that. So I think kind of having that experience in my youth has made me recognize the importance of trying to do what I can to preserve the Arizona that I love.
Do we have any volunteers, or should I call on someone? Mr. Vice Mayor?
So just to kind of give you an idea of how I decided to jump into this and get involved was I moved to the Verde Valley in 2004. I lived out in Cornville, and I would just kind of see things in the paper and just kind of on the fringes every now and then see what was happening in Cottonwood, and especially when the foreclosure crisis hit, the housing crisis in 2008, as things were going south, and just kind of watching how they were spending money, burning through money when they should have been pulling back, and just kind of watch that. And then in 2016, that election kind of got me in with a group of people in town here, kind of watching things, what was going on, and we wanted to try to make a change. So I never thought about it at the time, and then it kind of boiled down to where if it was going to happen, I was going to be that guy. So I started going to council meetings. I went to council meetings pretty much almost every meeting for 2 years, and digging into the budget and watching and really getting involved and trying to figure out what was happening during that time, and then ran in 2018. My goal at that time was to change what I saw was kind of the vestiges of an old boy network happening in town, not in the, people not working in the best interest, I think, of most of the people in Cottonwood. I knew the mayor's goal. I'd met with him and talked to him. So my goal was to kind of get on there and support him in trying to turn things around the way we thought they should go. So I'm very satisfied. I love the council we put together at that time. We had a majority that wanted to turn things around and move in another direction. That council brought Ron Corbin in, and it is. We turned the ship around, we put a new captain in it, and it's been phenomenal seeing what's happening. So just, I'm already completely satisfied. My goal for getting on council has already been accomplished. So now I just kind of look forward to seeing that continue to move in the right direction. So I couldn't be more pleased with the way things are going, and with the people that I serve with, and even with the sharp differences we may have on some things, I know we all have the same general goal. So it's really encouraging to see that and be part of it. So.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'll jump in.
Sure.
My story is similar to Michael's, but I moved here in 2015, early in the year, and I was working at Catholic Charities. So I spent 20 years as a social worker before what I'm doing now. So I've spent the majority of my adult life serving people. Anyway, my job sent me to a council meeting shortly after I was here. And as I sat through the council meeting with all the agenda items, and it occurred to me that I didn't think I liked the way the council was spending my tax dollars. So I started paying attention. I went to more meetings. I followed the meetings online, or whatever I had to do, and I started asking the people here, because I was new, what do you think about the council spending money on this? Well, what is that? Nobody knew what was going on, and the response I got when I said, well, why don't you get involved and tell them what you think, was, well, they're not going to listen to us anyway, they're politicians. So the perception of the community was that they don't listen to us, they don't care about what we want, they just want to do what they want to do to line their pockets. So that was the perception of the community. So my goal to get on council was to want to turn the ship around too, into a more fiscally responsible council, but also one that engages the public and listens to them. I take my job as the voice of the people very seriously. So if they come out and they tell me they don't want this, then it's very hard for me to vote for it. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. How about our newest member?
Horribly wrong. It's supposed to be a joke. No, there was a couple of years ago, there was an issue and somebody showed up at the shop and said, this is how we fix it. And from that point on, it was just kind of, okay, I started paying attention to meetings because I was definitely one of those people like, here's your sales tax money, leave me alone, I'm good. And there was a lot of like, what the hell is this when it came up on the agenda. And eventually it just seemed like a good idea at the time. I come from an area that had a lot of expansive growth very quickly, and a lot of the policies that were put in destroyed small business or any opportunity to start one up. And I also watched a lot of the open space just get developed to the point where I grew up trail riding, and we had this point that it was the highest point on Long Island, a whole 363 feet. And you looked out and you could see Connecticut and the rest of it was green. 10 years later, there's no green. It's all roadways, highways, industrial. I don't even think it's so much industrial, but all residential apartment complexes. Like, there's nothing left. There's no place to do anything. If you have an ATV or you want to go hunting or whatever, you're taking a 4-hour drive if you're lucky. So I just don't want to see that. I know we're going to have growth either way, but if we can control it so that it doesn't all disappear, that would be ideal.
Thank you. Councilman Hulse?
Well, I'm born and raised native just like Tim. Growing up, in 1952, our family moved to Oracle, Los Robos Ranch. We lived there for a year while Magna Copper built the town of San Manuel. We were the first family to move into San Manuel. We lived there 4 years. We moved to Flag in 1957. Lived there until after the service in college. Growing up, it was always doing something for the community, either in scouting or working, helping people, working through our church. When we came back home in '97, we thought we were going to retire. We didn't. My wife went to work for the city, working in planning and zoning. I ended up teaching at Camp Verde Middle School. I guess it was 2000, I was talked into running for Parks and Rec Commission. So I said, okay, I'll run on the commission, and fortunately, I was appointed. One of the things that the commission had been talking about for about 15 years was building a rec center. And in 2002, I had gone back to Colorado, take care of my grandson during the summer. And the city I'd worked at, in Arvada, had just built a brand new rec center. So I went and looked at it, talked to the people there, and came home and did a PowerPoint for the Parks and Rec Commission at that time. Everybody wants to know what a rec center is. This is a rec center. At that time, it was one of the finest in the nation. Never thought another thing about it. Figured Richard Faust, who was the Parks and Rec director at that time, knew as I did, we didn't have the money in the city of Cottonwood to build a rec center. In 2004, Richard and I were given an opportunity to go to a school on rec centers. And after that, this is history. This is what happened. We came home, we sold it to the city council, went to a vote, public agreed on it, we built it, and I stayed on the commission. Well, in 2018, a couple of people on the council and people on other commissions and other city employees kept begging me to run for city council. My wife kept threatening to divorce me. I figured Tosca would probably represent me for free. So I ran. And I ran for city council, and much like Helene, I was elected. I figured I never would be, but I've enjoyed it. I'm still on Parks and Rec, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get back off of it. So, but when I came to council, one of my concerns is that our council at that time was operating on a 3-4 basis. If you went to a council meeting, you could decide during the meeting, you knew which side the 4 were on, which side the 3 were on. There was never any doubt, and it was back and forth. And that was one of the things that I wanted to change in our council, and I think we've done a good job of that. We're now pretty much in agreement on most things. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of us will disagree. Once in a while, there'll be a 3-4 split, but in the last 2 years, probably count all of those on one hand. So I feel like we've accomplished a tremendous amount. I think the city has benefited tremendously from our present council and our present city manager.
Thank you. Councilperson Henry?
And I just wanted to jump right in and echo that sentiment. I feel like this council makes decisions more on the merits than when I first was elected. Goodness, it feels like a lifetime ago, but it hasn't been that long. I just finished, obviously, my first 4-year term. But at that time, as Councilmember Holst pointed out, we had many 4-3 votes, and it was for perhaps different reasons than the way this council addresses issues. And I'm thankful to be serving with each and every one of you. For Marcy, because I think the rest of you, I'm pretty vocal. I've had family in Cottonwood for decades, but I didn't move here until 2009, and then just jumped right in and got involved in pretty much everything in Cottonwood that I actually had time for. So Old Town Association, Board of Adjustment, which really took up so much of my time. I think we met once a year, maybe twice on a busy year. So that, way to hit the ground running, roll up your short sleeves and work. Got very active at the Chamber of Commerce, and then just at that time we had an more active Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, you name it. I probably volunteered there or did stuff. So I found, especially with the council at the time, as Councilmember Matthews said, it felt as though there were a lot of expenditures that were not well explained to the public. I felt that transparency was missing. And I also found myself being a big fat hypocrite because I'd sit around and complain, why is the city doing this? Why is the city doing that? What's going on? But I wasn't doing anything about it. And that's when I said, hey, I think I would like to run and help get off the couch and get in the game, so to speak. One thing that, if you said you didn't want a stump speech, but something I think to understand about me, Marcy, as we're moving through today is being part of that council that formulated the Inspiring a Vibrant Community. That to me resonates why I'm here. Different council members and community members interpret that differently, but to me, I'm passionate about inspiring a vibrant community. Whether that means that we've got adequate reserves to weather a pandemic and other financial downfalls, whether we're being responsible fiscal stewards, but yet still focusing on our trails, our parks and rec, all of the things that make Cottonwood, our river, everything that makes us such a fantastic city to live in. So I'm done with the politicking part of me, but just really proud of the progress we've made and the hard work that everyone here, whether you were on council or before you were on council, really that you did. So
we'll definitely talk a little later about what inspiring a vibrant community really means and how we can put more meat on that, I think. Councilperson Wilden?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
At the risk of being a little too personal and you all saying a new side of me, I also was raised in a small town, and it's very easy to get involved. So I've always wanted to be in a small town. Finally got up here, I don't know, about 10, 11, 12 years ago, and to get involved. And there's 3 things about me. I like a challenge. I like to help make things better. And I also like to learn. And if I do all of those things, I am learning and getting involved. So I love the city. I love this, the community as a whole and the residents and the people on the council, as everybody has said. We all work very well together. That's unusual because I've been around a lot of politicians in my career, and this is very unusual for all of us to get this close and this simpatico, if you will. So it's just simplified. I like to get involved and hopefully make a difference.
That's great. Thank you so much. So it's, there's definitely differences among everybody, but a lot of similarities and orientation towards service. Sounds like a desire for consensus, and you've been able to achieve more of that. Being the voice of the people, being able to manage growth. We know growth is coming, so what can we do to manage that and protect the environment? And it sounds like a love of community throughout all of you, so that's wonderful. Why do you do this, Mr.
Corbin? This isn't the week to ask me that, Marcy.
Okay.
Asked for it.
I did. I applied for the job, and like some of you on here, I got selected. So, as I have told this council, I love the community. This group of leaders, including Councilmember Wilden, who's on the phone, is care deeply about the community. I get no free passes. They hold me accountable, which is difficult at times. But one of the neatest things, so I took this job. It was a job. I love the area, all this stuff you look for a job. But I've fallen in love with the community because of this leadership, and they're united. They've been very united for 2 years. Fiscal conserving, saving money, building reserves, right-sizing the ship, giving back to the community, working on outdoor economics. I mean, vibrant, inspiring a vibrant community, the heart of Arizona wine country. I can just begin, I've been here 2 years and I know what their goals are overall. So I'm excited about today, but as a leader of the organization, to have a board of directors, to have a council that can provide clear direction, that's not universal. And so I feel privileged and honored as a city manager to be working in a city like this, where we're pretty much on the same sheet of music on 90% of the items. And the other thing is, have you been outside? I mean, this is Cottonwood. It is beautiful. We have a river. We have outdoor economics. We have and I don't even drink wine, but I like to go down in our Old Town environment. I have an old office with a significant draft. David, are you listening? A significant draft at my windows. But I'm in Old Town, and I'm right there, and I'm watching our visitors and our business people, live and play and enjoy our community. I get to see the Mingus Mountains on a regular basis. I get to look at the Red Rocks when I'm driving around. I live in a beautiful environment. So I get to do what I love to do, which is work with wonderful people and make a difference. I get to work with a set of directors that are pretty united. I get to give back to a community in multiple ways, whether it's parks and recs or otherwise. It's hard to beat this kind of job. So that's why I guess I stay versus the why I came, but I love Cottonwood.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you like clear direction, because basically you're going to end up with a really long list of tasks after today. So I wanted to start off, let me just share the screen again if I can. Some of you have been through these processes before, probably ad nauseum. Some of you may not have been before. So just so that we're all on the same page, strategic planning always answers the same three questions. Where are we now? Where are we going? And how are we going to get there? It's as simple as that. It can be very complicated, but it's also very simple at the same time. So I thought we'd start off today by kind of talking about where we are now. And we had a lot of great input yesterday. It was a very full day, but you heard a lot from a lot of different members of the community on these various issues. We can either go through them one by one, or if you wanted to chime in about anything that stood out to you from the stakeholders in the community about issues that are important to them and issues that we should consider as part of the strategic plan today. Was there anything in your notes from yesterday that stood out in particular in any of the areas, or should we go through them briefly one by one? What stood out for you?
So the one thing that stood out to me, and we've talked about it before, I'm really excited to see it coming about, is that that collaboration between the many different organizations in identifying needs we have for workforce, construction, all the HVAC, the nursing, the things that are going on. And these are all jobs. They're probably going to be the best paying jobs that we have in the Verde Valley. We've got a lot of service jobs that don't pay very much, but those are obviously in the future too going to be in great demand. So it's great to be able to see that we can take our young people from the area and we can train them and place them right in jobs that are in demand that actually pay well, and they can actually make a living, stay here in the Verde Valley, and continue to make it grow. So that's, I think, the most exciting thing I saw yesterday that I'm encouraged about, and seeing the growth that's happening and the potential growth that's coming in the near future regarding that. So I think it's going to be really good for us in the future.
A lot of great input about what's going on at the college and the high schools, and trying to keep people here once they graduate. What else stood out for the group?
I just want to repeat, that's really what stood out the most for me too, was just that sort of, I mean, supporting our educational institutions has always been a big priority of mine, but, you know, the Yavapai College has stepped up, and, you know, they have a new dean here, Dr. Red, and Dr. Ryan promised that she would put this skilled trades work center here, and she's really followed through with that. And I think that it will be probably hopefully not a slow start, but it may have to build momentum, but that's going to, you know, just, I think, pay dividends for us in the future as far as economic development and really providing those jobs that, you know, we can't continue to be a service-oriented community. We just going to not work out very well for us. So that's one of the things that excited me most about yesterday.
I don't know what's causing that feedback. Do you think it's something on our end?
Well, I just sent Councilmember Wilden a thing. She might have two devices on, but we can hear the back. So maybe the volume needs to be turned off on the second device. Is that what it is? That might help.
And Marcy, I don't know if are you asking just for the big picture takeaways? Because I have some specific items that I think may be more useful as we move through the day. I think yesterday, though, was one word stands out from every single segment, whether it was education, healthcare, housing resources, economic development, et cetera, was just encouraging. It was encouraging to hear how every sector of our community has weathered COVID, how they were positive, how they pivoted and maybe made some significant challenges. But for example, hearing how we have Habitat, we have Habitat who quadrupled their housing, provision of 4 families instead of 1, and just that's one example of just the positive and encouraging words that I felt we heard yesterday, even from our hospital and the healthcare workers that have been so stressed more than ever these days.
Definitely a strong sense of resilience from everyone. I agree. Councilperson Wilden, did you have any takeaways from yesterday?
I think it was fairly obvious that it's within all of our communities, not to beat a dead horse, but the affordable housing, economic development issues. If we train people, we'd like to keep them here, train them properly. And everybody knows our issues about affordable housing. So that was the main one that I made several other notes about some things. But the other one was support local. That helps all of us. It helps our businesses, and it helps the city. It helps our residents. So those two things were the main two that I got out of that yesterday.
Thank you. How about Helene?
I like with the housing, Habitat for Humanity is obviously doing a good job, and it was nice to hear from somebody outside that had a plan that went beyond, well, we know we need housing and blah, blah, blah. And then there was somebody that actually had a salute, like, here's what we did and how this works. Which is way better because I'd rather put money into fixing the problem versus studying the problem. We know it's a problem, let's move on from that. And then the support local thing was nice. And I'd like to see how we can, especially with COVID and when you have staff going out, and to be able to figure out how to band together and make it so you can, I don't know that sharing staff is the right way to put it, but make it so that if one goes down, you have resources without having to worry about where it's coming from.
I think my biggest takeaway has already been stated, but I think through what everybody said yesterday, what we have seen is that we are a strong, resilient community, and we can weather whatever storms come up, and COVID has hit everybody hard, and we're all still standing and helping each other.
We will, Councilman Henry, definitely bring up some of the specific points as we go through the tactics today, for sure. In part to set the stage for today as well, in talking to each of you, we looked at the last plan that you did in 2018, and we looked at the major goals in the plan, the priority areas, and then some of the specific tactics within each of those areas. Just to remind everyone, the 5 goal areas in the last plan were economic growth, water use and reuse, quality of life, infrastructure, and budget. And I perhaps unfairly conducted a little study of you, non-scientific by any stretch, but just to kind of get your sense and take a temperature of the council to see how you think you've done in terms of implementing the strategies and tactics in that plan. So, looking at them overall, you pretty much gave yourselves a solid 7. It really ranged from, and the differences are pretty minute, but it really ranged from economic growth at 6.9. The one you scored highest on average was quality of life. And all I did was I asked each of you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best job we've possibly done, 1 being we haven't even really gotten started, how have we done on each of those major goals. And it was kind of hard because there were sub areas within each of the goals, and each of you had different ideas on how you did on particular aspects of each of the priority areas. But overall, I think you thought you've done fairly well. I think there was a lot of consensus that you've made a lot of progress with regard to budgeting, and many of you gave a lot of credit to Mr. Corbin and the staff on that you've done a really good job, and you've really gone a long way on that. I think in each of the areas that you've said that there's room for progress. You definitely communicated the message that you're open to business, but there's still room for improvement in terms of economic development and diversification. Some progress on the water, but we still can do more there. Obviously, on the quality of life issue, that was the one that was impacted by COVID probably the most, because you haven't been able to do the events and all of the feel-good things that you do as part of the community. So you still rated yourselves pretty well on that, but might have been even better had it not been for the pandemic. Infrastructure, definitely progress, but still room for improvement, and we'll talk about each of those. Did any of you have any comments about the progress that you wanted to share with the group as a whole on any of these, in terms of how you've done since last time?
I was surprised to see that the budget was still a solid 7, because I really feel like I think that was the one I scored the highest on our progress, but I'm not saying that's bad. I mean, there's always room for improvement, but I think that's probably the one thing that I can hang my hat on with this council, is that we've really done a great job with that. And I think we're working in the coming years just to make it more available or digestible to the public. We're trying to figure out how to make this document more, not transparent. We are very transparent, but just attainable, I think, available to the public in a way that they can understand it easily.
Do you have anything to say about budget and what you've accomplished and what you might still would like to do, or?
No, I think as staff knows is listening, they've done a great job of reining in spending and setting priorities and living within our means. So just to give a due credit, council, before I came on board, passed that half-cent sales tax. And so part of the reason the budget works now is because of that half-cent sales tax, because that's what's allowing us to really add to our reserves. We spend 15% of that, I think, is the number about. So the other 85% goes to different savings accounts or different places in the budget. So a significant amount of that increase is what's allowed us to continue to manage. Of course, if you look at our overall increases or decreases in the general fund, we've done a very good job of holding the line. But the reserves, a lot of credit to council to helping holding the line. So it's one of the most clear things this council has done. We'll see what it looks like in the next couple of years. We're still right-sizing the organization. I know that as we grow, we're going to need additional help in community development and, planning and building officials as we have more to do. But we'll talk about that throughout the day. But I agree with the mayor that it's the one thing that council's held the line on and provided guidance. And I also agree that we will in the future become more readable, more understandable as we look at different ways to present the budget.
Comment about that. But that's the big thing, the budget. I think we all agree that's our biggest priority, and very happy about the way things are going. But I do want to give credit where it's due. I mean, we can give direction, and this is our desire, but we can't make it happen. That's Ron and that staff, that's our employees, being able to go in there and follow that and actually make it happen. So we've seen that. I think under previous management, our employees were not comfortable with speaking their mind, coming up with different ideas and issues. I think that was just kind of tamped down. Under Ron's leadership, it's obvious his staff has blossomed. We've got some very good, talented people in which that's been brought out. I think over 2 years, they've come to trust him and feel they can speak out and they can be creative. And it's really great to watch that. I've seen it. I'm sure everybody else has seen it. These great ideas and different things coming out of staff and just really cleaning up things and doing really good things. Just the creativity that's come out of that, and that happens through great leadership, and so that's been really good, positive thing to see. So kudos to all of those people that have made that happen over the last 2 years.
So if we dig into them a little bit further, what else? Oh, yes.
Holden, I think, was trying to say something.
This really addresses the previous slide. Quality of life, I don't think we take that for granted, but that would be easy to do up here. So my opinion and my hope is that we constantly remind ourselves that we need to address our fabulous quality of life up here and never forget it.
And what does that mean for you, Councilperson Wilden, in terms of quality of life?
Our surroundings, the topography, the community as a whole regarding the residents. I mean, we've got a great community. Our amenities, we could always use more, but it's more of a topography type of thing than anything. But it all melds together.
Some of the specific items under the quality of life were creating more parks and gathering spaces, supporting the parks master plan. Do you feel like you've made progress on that, and do you feel like there's still more that you can do?
Yes.
What do you think still is left to be done, Councilperson Hulse?
Well, I think we have room for improvement in everything, and I would like to see advancements as far as our Parks and Rec, our trail system, which is moving along. Is struggling due to lack of financing, which is normal, but we are working in conjunction with the state, with Parks and Rec, the state Parks and Rec, and with our other communities and the state forestry in developing a trail system that we discussed yesterday, or was discussed yesterday, of going from Utah all the way down to the Mexican border across the state, with circle trails that will intersect communities that are not on the direct line but would have connections off of the direct line trail. And this is something we've been working on for the 20 years I've been on Parks and Rec, and before that even. But it's starting to come to fruition. We're starting to see these things actually happen. Our local trail system within the next few years should be completed. The benefits that we'll see at Riverfront Park will be a large success for the city, will cause a lot more people to come and spend time in our community. As far as economic development, I think we've done a good job. I think we're improving. Our old town in the 90s was virtually a ghost town. Today, it's been completely revitalized. There are a few vacant businesses in Old Town now. Part of that, I think, is due to the virus. Part of that is due to poor business processes on some of the merchants that were down there. But it has come back. It is now an attraction rather than trying to drive through it. It does not look like Jerome anymore. It is an active, vibrant community. The same is true for our whole community. Our education system, with Dr. King taking over Cottonwood, Oak Creek, we have a very talented superintendent there. Bobby Weir, running the VAC, has done an excellent job there, building our students, our young people, so that they have job skills when they get out of high school. We were told yesterday with the assistance of the college, those kids are going, not only taking these classes in high school as high school classes, they're taking classes at the college and receiving college credits, both in the trades and also in other areas such as engineering and nursing, so that when they leave, they are ready to go into these professions. I've had the opportunities to meet with several of my old students that are in the nursing program or radiology and other parts of the hospital. It's kind of embarrassing to have your students take care of you when you're in the hospital, I guarantee you. But it's rewarding to see those students. I call them kids, but they're not kids anymore, they're adults, to see how they have grown and matured because of the opportunities they've had growing up in the Verde Valley. So those are the kinds of things that I see that have really improved us. And our tourism, we're attracting more people in a touristic basis. We're getting a lot more people from Sedona coming here, not just driving here, passing through, going to Jerome or Clarkdale to the train. They're stopping here. They're spending time in Cottonwood. Our information is that as our lodging opportunities increase, so will the number of tourists who will actually make this their home base and maybe drive to Sedona for a day or two and come back and spend their majority of the time here, which will benefit us. So those are the kinds of things that I see happening.
One of the things that a few of you mentioned with regard to the quality of life issue was not being sure that we have done everything we can to engage all of the citizens in that quality of life, in the I Am Cottonwood, in the sense of community pride and community spirit. What's your sense of that? Do you think that's the case? Do you think we can do more?
I would agree. I think it's, and I've always found that to be the case in Cottonwood is, and I think this council has struggled with that just in terms of, one item, which is the budget. I know it's a priority. I know it's a priority of yours, Jackie and Aaron, to get the public engaged on the budget process. And I know that you've put on some meetings at the library and public meetings, and I think you really struggled with that of, maybe one or two people showing up, but having a hard time getting the public to come out. And that's just one issue, the budget, but there's a lot of other issues too, that, it's just, it's a challenge. And, I think 1 out of 5 of us here live in poverty. That's a big deal. That's a really hard part of your community to wrap your arms around and get them at the table because they're just too concerned about putting food on the table and paying for rent, et cetera, you know, and then, you know, then we're kind of bisected in that we have that subsect, and then we have a lot of folks that have just moved here to retire and had a career and a life elsewhere, and fell in love with the Red Rocks or whatever it is and came out here and, you know, don't necessarily want to engage in our community the way we would like. And maybe they are still, you know, donating their resources, you know, back home, wherever they came from. They're not necessarily, you know, giving their tax credits here locally or volunteering here locally. And that's a challenge too. And I know, you know, I Am Cottonwood campaign that you wanted to promote, Vice Mayor. I think that was, you know, a great start, but it's just a challenge to get us all on the same page. That's been my experience anyway.
Do you want to add to that, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, can you elaborate on that again to get us all on the same page?
Well, just the I Am Cottonwood campaign is, I think it's been a challenge to get it started because I don't know, it's just difficult to engage the community and really define what that means.
It is. Just kind of my sense on that was just getting this community pride together. But yeah, it is disappointing, the civil engagement. The small handful, at least, it looks encouraging that do get involved, end up here. But it's, yeah, I don't know what it is. I was really encouraged with what Jackie was trying to do. She really gave it quite an effort, and it's just tough. It's tough getting people engaged. They'll get all upset about a particular issue and speak out quite vocally at times, but other than that, yeah, so that we've struggled with that for quite a long time. How do you get them involved? And I know for budgets, Rudy and Ron and the team would go around to different places, actually go to them and try to get them engaged, and nobody shows up. So I'm glad we've got a good council to look out for those people.
Well, and just to give an example of that first meeting I had at the library, and I think I was just appointed at that point, and I had invited somebody to come from the council to talk about the new strategic plan, which was right after 2 years ago, right? Anyway, so I put it out there that this is what it was going to be about, but there was all this airport noise going on. So some people circulated that this was an airport noise meeting, and we had over 50 people show up to want to talk about airport noise. But I made them listen to the strategic plan presentation first, because that was my focus.
Right. You had a captive audience.
And they were very disappointed that they had been misled by whoever told them that it was an airport noise meeting. Because I'm like, well, you didn't hear that from me.
Rudy handled that meeting very, very well.
He did, and Michael was there too, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you had a lot about brand strategy in the economic growth development goal, and there are multiple messages, right? So you're the heart of Arizona wine country, you're inspiring a vibrant community, I am Cottonwood. I think there's a lot of different messages, so maybe one of our objectives for today would be to kind of clarify those messages or flesh them out a little bit to see, what they really mean. And they're also, the community also has the core values from the general plan, which are consistent with a lot of the things you're doing now. You have the new marketing campaign that you are welcome here, and being welcoming was one of your core values from the strategic plan. So I think if we could find a way to tie all those together a little bit more and maybe create a more consistent message, then that would help. I don't know. We'll talk more about ideas about engaging the community more.
One other thing, just real quick, I wanted to mention on that is that we're also a pretty small city surrounded by a lot of unincorporated population that believes they belong to Cottonwood, they have Cottonwood address, but they're not residents. They cannot vote here. They really can't change the direction of politics here. I mean, they can by influencing others, but they can't vote in our elections. And so there is kind of this divide between the unincorporated areas that we need them, we rely on them because they come in, they shop, they spend their money here. But then I think they feel like they're getting kicked to the curb when we don't consider them for some of the plans that Cottonwood needs to move forward on to keep Cottonwood strong and solvent. So that's another thing I think that maybe it doesn't unite us. I'm not saying that it divides us, but it certainly doesn't unite us in.
A good bit of that, which was encouraging, because previously it was actually up here at council that divide was very clearly seen, us versus them, which we don't have that up here anymore. I mean, there's still some of that out there. So at least that's, I think, very encouraging to see that come about.
I'd like to see that be true come next Tuesday.
Got something on the agenda, do we?
Don't we?
Yes, we do.
The Spring Creek annexation is going to be a hotly contested, as the mayor was pointing out, by the people in the unincorporated areas and people in other towns and cities in the Verde Valley who have their own opinion of what we should or should not be doing. And as the mayor points out, we're doing what is good for Cottonwood, but at the same time will be beneficial to the whole community. But they're looking at it from a totally different perspective, is they don't want anything changed, period. And change is what happens. That's called progress. And the only way to stop it is to stop allowing people to move here, which we can't do. But just wanted to clarify that we're not totally out of the woods with the neighbors.
You are correct.
Well, and as we all know, the change is coming. That's why I think the engaging the citizens that are part of Cottonwood now is even more important, because it's going to, just by virtue of growth that's happening everywhere, it's just, you're going to be a lot bigger, even in the next 2 years in the horizon of the strategic plan. So
that's true, and I view it as we will control how that development occurs and how that population grows, rather than have the uncontrolled growth that you have in the unincorporated areas, where you really can't control how people are going to deal with things, where the city council and the city government says, this is the planning, this is what you can, this is what you can't do. It's much more open in the county. And by having control, we can control and make it usable and, I think, beneficial to everybody without destroying the value of the Verde Valley.
Does anyone else have any comments about what you have or have not accomplished since the last plan, before we take a little break and get into the goals for this time around? Okay, we had scheduled a 15-minute break, so we'll come back in 15 minutes and then we'll start doing the goals for this time around. We hope you're tuning back in with us, and we have a couple of other council people that are just finishing up and returning back to the room. So now we're going to talk about goals. I was joking as I was passing around my little note cards that we're going to be a little high tech and a little low tech today. I'm a visual person, so when I'm considering a whole bunch of things, I like to have them all out in front of me and how they relate together. So I made these up for you, whether they're helpful or not. But what I would ask is that if you have any thoughts or notes or whatever on any of the goals that we talk about, if you want to jot them down, and I'll collect these at the end and we'll put them into the final product that results from this meeting. And there's a few blank cards on your spaces too, because hopefully we'll come up with some new things that we didn't think of before or didn't include in the last plan. And while we're doing that, I will just process-wise, I'm going to try to take notes as we go, and I'll put them up on the screen for the benefit of Councilperson Wilden, as well as the other people that are the department chairs and such that are tuned in, so they can follow along with us. I did bring my flip chart. I wouldn't be a consultant if I didn't come with a flip chart, but realistically, the flip chart, because of our everyone's in different places, the flip chart will be live on the screen as we go. And I'll be editing these live, but we'll talk about the goals from last time and whether they should remain the same, whether we've accomplished them and they could be off the list, and what else needs to be on the list. And just as a preliminary kind of start for our conversation, we started talking a little bit more about citizen engagement, and do we make that a bigger goal? Just for things that came up in the course of my conversation with each of you, as well as some of the input from yesterday. Do any of these other issues rise to the level of a goal that we should include this time around? Housing. I mean, it seems like that's a big issue for everyone. Should it be a goal in our plan this time? And if so, what is a realistic goal? You know, I think I agree with Councilperson that you were talking about at least the Habitat for Humanity. You know, they said it was a reasonable goal. They said it, they accomplished it, and so I'm not saying we're going to save the world today, but should we have a goal in there about that, and what should that goal be? Broadband is something that everyone is concerned about now. Maybe that's not a goal in and of itself. Does it go under infrastructure? It is really a new part of infrastructure, and if so, what should our goal be around that, and what is the city's role in that? Should we talk about police and fire? Again, is that something that merits a separate goal, or does it fall under quality of life and how we are protected in the community? City staffing, again, I don't know if that's a goal, but it may, based on what we talk about in the course of the discussions today, we may have to look at that and see if we want to accomplish A, B, and C. Are we currently staffed or structured in a way that we can accomplish that? Looking at the general plan, we're diverse. That was one of the core values of the community in terms of your general plan. Given all the changes that are happening, all the new people that are coming here as tourists, all the new people that are moving here, should we have some sort of goal in the plan with regard to diversity and inclusion, and giving everything that's happened in the world over the last year? I mean, does that go into quality of life, or how do we incorporate that into our goals? Is that something that we want to put in a plan and talk about how we can execute that in the next few years? And there are probably other items that you have as goals, but just taking your feedback and the feedback from the stakeholders in the community, there may be other things that weren't in the last plan that we may need to think about now, just given the changes in the world. So let's start by going through what we have, and talking about whether it still needs to be in there, or whether it needs to look a little different, or whether it needs to not be in there at all this time around. Try to, again, do it on the fly. The first one is growth, and obviously that's the big one, and it made a lot of sense for you to have in the last strategic plan that it's economic growth. But I'll just put out for you today, is economic growth only one aspect of growth that should be considered by council? By that I mean, physically, are you going to grow? Are you going to grow in terms of the number of people? You have the Spring Creek issue on Tuesday, but annexation generally is an issue. So when we talk about the growth goal, is it just economic growth or is it growth? And then having strategies and tactics under that and how you manage that. So I'll throw it out there for your initial impressions on that.
I think it's both. And I think if we're going to be talking annexations and stuff, we need to put something in our plan about how we want to grow before we make a decision on this annexation or any other. You know, so that the community knows what we're targeting. And of course, I want to target smart, small growth because we don't want to lose our small town feel. I don't want to lose it, and many of our constituents don't want to lose that.
Aaron thinks it's both. What else do we think?
On growth, so if you don't grow physically, you'll die economically. So those two go hand in hand. I think economic growth, I think we've kind of agreed that the city's responsibility in that is to promote it, which a lot of times is just staying out of the way as much as possible and facilitating those people through our staff and community development and trying to help people get over any obstacles there are as far as that goes. And I think they're doing a very good job at doing that right now. But as far as physical growth comes, and I'm involved in that in my profession, it's happening, it's coming, and it's not going to slow down anytime soon. We've got several subdivisions in the city that are growing. We've got others that we're going to have in the future. So growth is about management. So it's going to happen, embrace it, but yes, come up with a plan. It needs to be done well. I've seen places where it's just unchecked. They let it go. You've got a bunch of steel buildings being thrown up, and it just looks awful. So there should be a plan. It should look well. It should fit into the community. But as far as, you know, there's private property out there, and those people have a right to develop it. And we need to be a partner and working with them. They're not going to get everything they want, and we can't and we should not try to impede them doing that. So it's just a matter of doing it well. I think we're in a position where we're going to be doing that.
Councilperson Wildenbach?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any thoughts on this particular goal, whether it should stay, and if so, should it just be economic growth, or how should we phrase it differently to be more, to be broader?
I pretty much agree with what everybody else said. Let me do this. And I think it absolutely needs to stay, but sustainable growth, progressive, would be my two objectives there. But again, there's different kinds of growth. So appropriate, responsible, those are the words that come up to my mind regarding that. I like the small town feel that Jackie said, to try to maintain that.
I hear that a lot, and I don't know if this is the time to have that conversation, but what does small town feel mean?
Yeah, I was just going to.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask exactly that, because I think it's all relative. You know, obviously where you come from. But you know, the general plan identifies some growth areas in Cottonwood, and this is a plan that was, you know, discussed in public and approved, you know, by the voters. And so I think I agree it should remain on our plan. I think it does include, like Councilmember Nairn said, economic growth and physical growth as well. You know, I'm not a big proponent of growth for growth's sake, but at the end of the day, like Vice Mayor says, we have private property out there that is available. Spring Creek Ranch is a good example. Of course, the state trust land is another, you know, 10 square miles of developable land. And I think we don't have a property tax in Cottonwood, so our growth really is, we do need to physically grow to continue to grow our economy as well. Without a property tax, like Clarkdale, you know, they've for a long time they kept their small town charm and had a policy of really not growing physically. I think they're able to do that because they have a property tax. They have more, revenue sources into their general fund than we do. So we're poised to, I think, absorb the growth. I think we're in a better position to absorb the growth. I'm not, in a big hurry to grow quickly, but I think, this community is going to look a lot different in 50 years. And we all have to kind of just shake our heads and recognize that, I think, and within which jurisdiction is this growth going to occur? I think Cottonwood's in the best position to do responsible growth.
I think growth is probably a zoning issue, is what I'm thinking. In other words, do we want a bunch of high rises? No. Do we want to be like Sedona? No. And those can all be controlled by zoning issues.
For me, the small town feel has a lot to do with not living in a big city. I've never wanted to live in a big city, and I don't want this to start to feel like Phoenix.
I'd echo Councilmember Nairn. To me, when we say that small town feel, we look each other in the eye, we smile, mask or no mask. Well, it's harder with facial expressions. But when I first moved to Cottonwood, within the first 3 months I lived here, I knew I wanted to stay because even though I was brand new, I felt that if I had an emergency, there were at least 10 people I could call at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not up at 2 o'clock in the morning, but in the middle of the night, which for me is about 8 o'clock, to come to my rescue, not rescue, but come help, even if I didn't know them that well. And that kind of giving of ourselves and willingness to be open to other people is, to me, a big part of the quote-unquote small town feel here in Cottonwood.
And if you have this conversation before, we don't have to have it today, but I think it's important, if you haven't, to clarify what the small town feel is that you're trying to maintain. Low crime, that coming from a big town,
Well, I didn't come from a big town. I have always lived in what felt like small towns, but where I came from in Indiana was very, very small town when we moved there when I was in the 2nd grade. And by the time my daughter was born in 1990, it had grown so much that it didn't feel the same. It didn't feel like, it wasn't a big city, but it just didn't feel the same. And when I got here, the minute I stepped out of my car in February 2015, I felt like I was home in a way I wasn't back in Indiana. And I don't want that to change for any of us. And many of our constituents are concerned about growing too big would mean that we would no longer have that feeling. So I guess it's a feeling.
Mm-hmm. So I think we'll continue to maintain that small town feel, although it will be larger. I believe, well, we've got like 12,000 some residents now. I think it's probably growing a little bit. I believe the last plan was at build out within our geographic area was 20,000 residents in the future. We'll probably take on more, but we'll never, at least we will never be Phoenix. We only have a certain amount of acreage available. We're surrounded by Forest Service land, which that's not going to happen. So we do have room for growth. The state trust land up 89A, there's some state trust land up Camino Real in that area, which eventually will be sold off and will be developed. But I believe there's going to be a point in time where we will reach that limit, but it's not huge. We're still very limited and surrounded, so it will be a larger small town, but I think it will continue to have that flavor. I don't see, with that growth, crime, with the demographics of who's moving here and the kind of communities that are being developed. I don't see that crime or anything's going to be horrible. I think we'll still have that small town community feel. It'll just be larger.
I think if we can maintain a small town feel by keeping one central location as the focus, for lack of a better word. I'm from Litchfield Park, which is a small town. It has grown, but downtown is still downtown. It's small. Glendale, they've split their community up. There's downtown, and then there's way north uptown. And that has completely changed that city. I'm trying to think of somebody else. Well, several have done that, but I think if we just focus on having one central location, and we can still grow other places, but downtown's downtown, period. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And then adding to Councilmember Wilden's point, back on that small town feel, to me, having a high ratio of small locally owned businesses compared to big box stores, or I don't have anything against big box stores, but I do value that we still have a good percentage of locally owned businesses as compared to the national or the big box other chains. And I really value that as part of our community.
Like to add, Councilman?
Yeah, pardon me. Small town feeling is something that the city itself creates. Councilmember Henry pointed out when she came here 3 months, she felt like if she had problems, she could call several people for assistance. When I moved to Arvada, Colorado in '74, it was considered a small town with very little industrial. It had a lot of businesses, small businesses, but a population of 50,000 as a suburb of Denver. But it was a small town. And it started out as an agricultural town, and everybody was familiar and friendly with everybody else. And as the town or the city continued to grow, and now it's over 150,000, that same small town feeling is still there for the most part. A lot of that is how the new residents adjust to our community. And we do that by, as again, Councilmember Henry said, you wave at everybody. That's something that happens here. You wave, and the wife goes, well, who's that? I don't know. But they're friendly, so I wave back. You know, that's part of the small town. We know all of our neighbors. They know us. We communicate. We visit back and forth. We don't live in each other's pocket, but we watch out for each other. If something happens, the neighbors are right there. What can we do to help? That's small town. That's what we see happening, and as I say, that's part of our responsibility as the residents here to continue to demonstrate that. Because when people move here from all over the country, they're coming with their mindset of how things should be. Californians have had a habit of coming to Colorado and explaining to Coloradoans what they could and could not do. Colorado in the 70s, 80s was a very Western cowboy, don't get in my face state. The Californians came and, well, you can't do that. This is how we do things. No, that's how you do them. This is how we do them. And it takes a long time for a lot of these people to adjust. And it's not just Californians, but that was the experiences we had in Colorado, without going into a lot of detail. But over time, the Californians changed to the Colorado way, and in other ways, they changed Coloradoans. So it's a give and a take, but if you still want that small town atmosphere, you've got to demonstrate that to each other. And we can grow. I don't think we'll ever get to 50,000, at least I hope we don't. I would like to stay somewhere around 20, 25,000, but at the same time, we've got to have industry. We've got to have something here besides senior citizens. And we've got to have something to keep our kids here, or they're going to leave. But we can accomplish all of that and still maintain our small town atmosphere. And that's up to us as the residents to set the example, because you go into any community and you can tell right off whether it's a friendly community or an unfriendly community by the way the residents, the individuals that you see or try to visit with, how they respond to you as a newcomer. If we make people feel welcome, if we guide them when they come in with their wild ideas about how they're going to change our community, and we explain to them that's not the way things are done here. You may be happier back home or somewhere else if that's how you want to live. But it's okay for us to demonstrate our friendliness and continue to build on that small town atmosphere. You know, when you stop and visit with people, you get frustrated if you're in the store and you're in a hurry and there's two people standing in the middle of the aisle having a good conversation. You know, I'm in a hurry. I've got to get stuff and get home, and these people are blocking the aisle that I need to get through. But that's part of a small town. That's part of small town living. That's all I'm saying about it is we can still grow and maintain our small town attitude. And I agree with the mayor. Well, I think I do. I don't want to see a property tax. I don't think he wants one, but I'd prefer to live on our sales tax. And to live on our sales tax means we have to advance our economic, which can be industrial or it can be more businesses, but we need opportunities to keep people, and we need to be able to generate sales tax so that we don't have to pay a property tax like all of our neighbors are paying. And like Clarkdale, they have a property tax, but they don't have enough, even with their property tax, to maintain their city infrastructure. We are being able to maintain our city infrastructure and maintain the quality of life for our city, and we're not charging a property tax. Just imagine what we could do if we had a property tax. We would begin to look like the big city very quickly.
I just want to say real quick, I think that the small town feel is really a culture, and I think we can maintain that culture even if we do grow to 50,000 people. Just a quick story that I think illustrates what you were saying is when Gray Fox Ridge was built, it's just on the outside of Old Town, 99 homes, they kind of crammed on a fairly small parcel of land. It was a bit controversial when that development came in. And when the residents started to move in and it got built out, they came to the city council chambers because they wanted to change the speed limit in that area. They wanted to slow it down a little bit. And they came in really hunting for bear. I mean, they were like really well prepared and just were ready for a fight. And they made their pitch to council at the time. It was former Mayor Diane Jones, and I was serving with her as well. And we said, yeah, great, sounds good. And we changed this, lowered the speed limit there, and I think that just really shocked them because wherever they had come from, there was that huge disconnect between the governing body and the citizens. And here it was like, well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, sure, no problem, done. You know, and I think that helped them come into the fold of our community, which is we harbor that small town feel. We are a small town. You share your concerns with us. We hear you, and we make changes accordingly. And I think that, again, it goes back to that culture piece where we need to continue, and we are the leaders here. We need to continue that culture of small town feel even as we grow. And I think we can do that.
I think that's a key word. That's the word that kept coming to my mind as well. And I should have clarified at the beginning. So this morning we're going to talk about what the goals are, and this afternoon we'll talk about how we're going to get there. But it sounds to me like we think growth should still be in the plan, should be in this plan as well. And do we have consensus that it's going to include not just economic growth, but growth in terms of people and area? And then should the goal, in terms of languaging that, so that, we were saying facilitate economic growth. What's our correct language for what we want to say for the growth goal? Are we going to manage the growth? Are we going to, is it facilitate and manage? Or how, what's most meaningful for you in terms of the growth goal? Any ideas?
I think manage, for me, it would be manage.
Yeah, I'd say managing.
Are you talking about the financial piece or the people, the numbers and property, that second piece? Well, I think the overall goal is growth, right? That's what we're talking about. And I think it's both economic and physical growth. Are they separate? Do we break them out as separate goals for the plan, or do we lump them all together in terms of growth, period, because they're all kind of interrelated?
I think they're absolutely symbiotic. As we grow physically with more people, which is of course going to encompass more area, they will be bringing their money into town, and so we will grow economically. They'll either expand the businesses we currently have because of demand, and we'll have new businesses spring up as a result. So it'll, I don't think we need to necessarily facilitate it, other than, like I said, what we said before is just not being an impediment, and making sure that our our staff keeps that customer service attitude and helps when they come in and inquire and walk them through the process. So that's, and like Tim said, we're a very entrepreneurial community. That's going to happen. I don't think we need to do much for as far as promotion of that. It'll just come on its own. But I think you said, yeah, the embracing growth and the fact that it's just a reality and going to happen. I don't think we have to promote that either. It will happen and people will take advantage of that. But it is about that managing it well, making sure that we all work together to make sure that they fit in seamlessly with the community.
I would rather we take a more active approach than just managing. I don't mean in a developing growth sense, but I mean in a smart planning and analysis for growth, because we have business growing, we don't have housing. We're like Sedona, we're their workforce housing. So again, I do like that we manage it, but I would encourage us to take it a step further and let's be smart with planning for what is the growth that's coming to Cottonwood. Are we ready for it? And what does that look like? And I apologize if all of this has already been said. I know I stepped out for a good portion of the meeting, so if I'm duplicating what everybody said already, again, I'm very sorry.
Not at all. No.
This is just a technical thing, Marcy. I apologize. I'm going to ask everybody to please speak into your mic. Councilmember Wilden has a hard time hearing if you're not into the mic, so embrace your inner mic.
I want to agree with what Councilmember Henry said. I do think we have to be a bit more proactive and have a plan outlined for what we want to be calling smart growth, because and I know Councilmember Hulse said change is progress, but that's, in my opinion, not always true, because you can have negative change too that impedes progress. So we just need to have a smart plan to grow the way that we want to grow, so that we know what we want it to look like when it happens. And if we're going to be approving things at council meetings along that line, if we have a clear vision, a clear shared vision of what that growth should look like, I think we'll have an easier time as a whole, as a council, managing that. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And right along those lines, have you as a group, while I was gone, already discussed what growth and with the city's role with regard to encouraging business development or hand selecting, what businesses do we want in Cottonwood, and having those discussions? Are you saying no, zip it, Tosca?
We have not.
No, you didn't miss that. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly like you said. So change, some of our businesses might be changing, but is that all good? And what is our role as a city as far as that piece?
I agree with what you're saying. As far as businesses, I would envision, if we're going to have industrial, for example, that they would be clean businesses, electronics manufacturing, things of that nature. It could be small businesses, maybe 10, 15 employees that have a niche that they manufacture for. An example, and I don't want to get into the gun control thing, but the PMAG company that started in Colorado in a garage and now is in Wyoming, but they started out with just 2 or 3 employees and then expanded to the point where they had about 45 employees in a very clean manufacturing business, where they had one goal in mind, and that was to manufacture a magazine for certain types of firearms. And they were very successful at that. Their neighbors really didn't know they existed, because they were in their little building doing their thing, and they weren't interrupting anybody else. Those are the kinds of businesses I would envision having in Cottonwood, where we can encourage workers and have quality jobs with good pay, but at the same time we don't create a lot of outside interest. We have 2 of those now with the 2 companies that manufacture the special kinds of water that we sell in Old Town. I can't remember.
The kombucha? Wild tonic kombucha?
Yeah, wild tonic. You don't even know it's here. If somebody doesn't take you by the factory and show you where it's at, you have no idea it's there. But I think they employ like 30 people, 40 people. But nobody, 95% of Cottonwood doesn't know that factory is back there. And it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't create any smog or industrial problems, but it is providing jobs. And those are the kinds of industry and development that I would like to see as far as our commercial is concerned. Companies that are producing a niche product or products, but are doing it in a very quiet, unintrusive manner. And there are a lot of companies out there like that. It's just a matter of attracting them. There's one out by Steve Corey or Jones Ford now behind there that manufactures sights for firearms. But nobody knows it's out there. They don't create any problems. They just create jobs. Those are the kinds of industries that I'd like to see. I don't want to see a steel mill here. We've got the cement plant. That's compliments of Glen Canyon Dam. That's what started that. And it's a good job. It's a good company. But that's Clarkdale, and that's really not even Clarkdale because it's on the reservation, so they don't even get any credit for it. What I would like to see is industrial growth in the city of Cottonwood, not necessarily in the residential areas, but in our commercial areas. And I think there's businesses out there that would like to move here, that we offer what they need as far as an environment to work. A lot of them would like to get out of places like Silicon Valley.
Well, we're in a good position now, I think, to attract those folks, especially with the Skilled Trades Work Center coming in and getting Yavapai College kind of bent around that same goal. And we have an airport manager that's going to focus on getting development up there that's, ripe for attracting those types of people. We have everything we need here. It's a beautiful place to live, as we all know. But I think those smaller employers, the 15 to 30 employee-strong companies, I think is really where our sweet spot's going to be. I agree. I don't think we could land one of the larger fish. I don't think we need to land some larger company.
Further on down the road when we expand out on 260 and we have a lot of industrial land out there. But right now, in the core city, we need the smaller, clean industry. But it's out there. We've got to market it in the right places. And I'm not sure how we find those niches to market to.
Well, you touched on it. I don't know if you've talked about it as a group before, but I mean, one of the things that the current pandemic has accelerated is remote working. And so I know you're seeing it as we are in Sedona in terms of short-term rentals. People are coming and staying for a month and working remotely and also moving here. And that's part of why they're able to buy a lot of the properties. And so that's a way to grow, minimal impact to the environment. But if you're not seeing it already, I'm sure you will be over the next couple of years.
We know there are individuals moving here who are working from their homes. But me working from my home does not offer 5 or 6 of my students an opportunity to come to work for me. And that's why I'm saying we need those small, clean, industrial type jobs or companies that are producing things where the kids have an opportunity to use those skills that we're trying to teach them, whether they go through VIAC or they go to the college and learn electronics or engineering or what have you. As long as it's clean industry and it's unintrusive, that's the kind of work development we need besides the other types where we need grocery stores, we need more restaurants, we need all of those types of things. But we have to have something besides service industries, and that's what we have right now, is primarily service.
Mark? Just real quick, I would agree with both of them, and the mayor says, like, these businesses that hire maybe 15, 30 people at the most, because I've heard it before, people would like to see those big, huge companies come in that really produce something. We're not going to have those. We don't have the transportation corridor. It's just much cheaper to do that down in a metropolitan area. So those small niche commercial businesses those are our target. Like I said, we just can't practically support with our workforce and with being so far off a major transportation corridor, we're not going to support those larger industries, which is fine because that will kind of keep us in that small town feel. So.
And I'm sorry, but I think one thing that's being alluded to here is that whatever we decide to do for growth, we need to take into consideration the quality of life issues that could be impacted by that growth, like the clean industrial companies. Because if we bring in the steel mills, then all of a sudden our quality of life is going to deteriorate because there'll be more health issues, and it won't be as pretty because we won't be able to see the mountains when we look out the windows.
To circle back to what Councilmember Wilden said, I know it's a cliche-ish word right now, but sustainable growth, rather that takes in quality of life, balanced growth. Because one of the things I haven't heard from council here that we've been working on very hard for the last 2 years is tourism growth. Outdoor economics growth. We don't get a lot of, Vice Mayor, perfect. We don't have a corridor. We don't have a transportation corridor. We're not getting a lot of the big businesses that need transportation. So we are looking for small, we get calls periodically for small, 5 or 10, 15 employees and finding those. We have infrastructure issues. We have building and land issues. We have utility issues that prevent some of that, but I'm not here to say be negative. But we're better suited for smaller growth anyways in industry. But it's just kind of interesting sitting here listening is I didn't hear much on some of the other growth that we've been working on for the last 2 years. And I wanted to just kind of curious if we're still a tourist-based economy, Old Town, heart of Arizona wine country. One of the things that we're trying for the wine and that goes to the small businesses, try to get the whole supply chain here in the Verde Valley. So trying to get bottling here done, trying to get the packaging. And Mr. Backus has done a good job of putting some refrigerated units up at the airport. So part of what Trish and Richard before her did was try to get things around the wine industry to support our wineries, our tasting rooms, and our business people in that way. So I think all that fits into what has been said for the small development, but I'm just hadn't heard the word tourism come up in growth or economic development. I was just kind of curious if outdoor economics trails as quality of life, but we're also using it for economic development. We use it as part of our attraction to get people in our hotel rooms and at our restaurants. And we talked about Blazing M going away yesterday and finding something to replace that and the train. So I'm just, while we can do both, I just wanted to make sure that there's still a desire from council to work on this other stuff, or maybe because we're already doing it, we don't need to repeat it, but I just wanted to kind of touch in.
No, I had the trails and all that kind of stuff that I had it under infrastructure and quality of life. Okay. I think that the lowest hanging fruit for us is to support the industries that we already have here. And of course, the wine industry is huge. We can't forget that. I mean, we are the heart of Arizona wine country. I think, like Ron said, getting that supply chain built up, that's a big deal for the industry here. Those voids in the supply chain and the opportunities that we have here to be a much more sustainable valley around the wine industry there's huge potential there, and all the ancillary businesses that industry supports are impressive, really impressive with arts and culture, restaurants and et cetera. It's kind of a big deal. So we haven't brought it up, but I don't, it is our brand. I mean, I think I certainly don't want to pump the brakes on that at all.
And my focus being in other areas doesn't mean that I don't think tourism is part of this, because it is part of our economic growth and development. I just think that we are doing a good job of it. We're going to continue to do a good job of it. And so my focus is more on the concerns that citizens have about the other kinds of growth.
So let me get a big breath here, because this is going to be long. Yes.
And agreed with what everyone has said, that those are important, but here today we're doing strategic planning. And so what I'd like to do is is make sure that we're diversified long-term. So we're already, I think we've had conversations in past years and we're seeing the fruits of that, and we can't let up. We've got to be full speed ahead. But how else can we've said, what other industries? We've heard people in the community, I've heard people in the community saying, why don't we have people who make wine barrels here, even making corks, even making other things that are here, local, that our businesses, our current industries already need. And I think another perfect example of what Councilmember Holst, again, to diversify, like Gale's Chocolate, we have a local business, an existing business, moves to Cottonwood, they're employing others. They also, they do a lot of online presence, but they're also here in Cottonwood, and it's something that complements, to me, chocolate, wine. I mean, it's a perfect complement, but it's also not just tourism-based. They do have a strong online presence. So I think one of my goals strategically, long term, is to make sure we're moving in a direction where we are not a one-trick pony. I never want to be a one-trick pony as far as economic growth and development. We need to be, I think we're in a position with tourism, recreation, at least with what we've put in motion, to now be making sure we're not letting other areas slip.
Thank you.
So are we comfortable if the language is under the growth goal, and I'm sorry you can't see it there, so I kind of wrote it on, I busted out the flip chart. Oops, sorry. Embrace, plan for, and manage sustainable growth. Does that sound about right? Missing anything?
Can you repeat it one more time, Marcy?
Embrace, plan for, and manage sustainable growth.
Can you make that bigger on the screen? Because I'm having to look all the way across the room to try to see.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see if I can do that. I could just, instead of putting it in here,
Oh, there you go.
All right. It seems to me that quality of life is the next one that is the one that ties into this one the most. Do you want to go on to that one as a goal? Do we still think quality of life should be a goal for the next couple of years?
I think it should be a goal forever.
Yeah. Right? And we've touched on a lot of things related to quality of life, but can we enumerate them a little bit for the purposes of the plan? Some of the aspects that we talked about last time were the parks and the trails and gathering spaces and events. Are they still the same? Do we add to that? How do we best articulate that this time around? Small town feel part of this goal?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, so maybe maintain, maybe we're talking a little bit about tactics, but the goal would be to ensure that the quality of life of our residents
maintain the culture of
stays the same or gets better. Let's put some ideas.
And I think I'll venture out, and my mind is going in many different directions with quality of life, but I would venture to say that the quality of life this year for many people has diminished. And what can we do and incorporate into this plan that will help people that can't go out, that have to stay in, to still have some sort of quality of life? And I see this most acutely in my senior building. where the seniors are scared, and many of them, their families aren't coming anymore, and they're not getting out. They can't gather in groups together, and the levels of depression that I'm seeing are concerning. So what can we do, knowing that this pandemic isn't over, and over the next 2 years, who knows if it'll end in the next 2-year period, the concerns over many of those things. What can we do to try to help those issues? I don't know what the answer to that is, but that's where my mind is going right now.
I think you bring up a point that there's good opportunity for connecting with the different sectors of our community. I think that kind of has been another running theme as well. Is just how do we, connect with the diversity in our community.
Well, and specifically with the senior group, many of them are not online. They don't have a computer. They don't have internet access. In my building, we have a resident computer, but we've had to shut it down because we've shut down all community areas for the year. And how can we help those people who can't connect online to still feel connected and not so depressed?
That issue isn't just with the senior citizens. We've seen students commit suicide in our area, and apparently that's nationwide, but they're suffering as well as I think everybody is. So, healthcare is somehow involved there.
Has the definition of quality of life changed because of the pandemic?
Yes.
I think so. Certainly the things that I call quality of life are different, for me, are different now than they were a year ago.
So if I can just throw an idea out to piggyback off what you guys have said, is really quality of life is about ensuring that we provide opportunities for connecting in a small town environment, in a small town.
I like that. Thank you.
I think you're right. We're offering those things. We're building trails. We have parks. We have areas. All we can do is offer we have this rec center. We have the pool. We have plenty. It's our job to offer them. It's their job to take advantage of it, and many do. So I think we're doing a good job as far as offering those things for quality of life.
Pardon me. I wonder for Councilmember Nairn, an idea as far as connecting with our seniors who are isolated and are not computer literate. Most of them have televisions.
Well, many of them do, but we do have a fair share in our building who relied on our community room televisions for that because they can't afford cable and internet in their apartments. And so this year they've not been able to even catch the news on the TV because we've closed the community room.
Right.
Yeah.
My thought was if most of them had access to a TV of their own, by using video of family members producing videos for their seniors, loved ones that they can't see because of the quarantine and the separations, would be one way to get some of that relationship back into their situation, so they don't feel so isolated, so they can see the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren.
And the people in my building that have family like that, their family has stepped up and helped them with those connections, but I have a fair share of people who have no family or no family who cares enough to make that connection. In fact, I have a couple who have absolutely no family, and one of them just passed away. So now I have a concern about one that has really no connection.
So Marcia, Mayor, I don't want to get too much into tactics until you say so, but I think this discussion is awesome. You know, we hired a senior coordinator for the rec center to do senior programming, and I just think of how the whole city works together. So we have right now a free transportation system. You know, our bus system is free. Our rec center is open. We are online with some of our classes and kind of stuff, but once we open back up, you know, once this pandemic's over, there's all sorts of programming that we can do, parks opportunities and gatherings and traveling. Entertainment's not the right word, but traveling programs to different locations. So I think there's lots we can do with that from what I'm hearing from council today, with connecting with all, regardless of age. Parks and Rec has a significant priority of kids, but clearly council wants us to expand to seniors and others, which we've started to do. But I think we can do what I'm hearing.
I think once the pandemic is over, yes, but until then, many seniors are not going to be venturing into the rec center.
No.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to travel there.
We can't let you.
Right.
Because we're in lockdown. Yeah.
Well, there are lots of opportunities for the arts in the theater, and that can be via video if it needs to be. And there's lots of opportunities now just because of the pandemic. But for instance, the high school, they have one of the best theater programs in the state. In fact, they've won a #1 in the state award. So there's some things we maybe just need to market better and make available.
Okay.
Provide opportunities for connection to maintain the culture of our community. Is that our goal?
Sounds good.
Does it okay. Next, so in the last plan you had a goal about water use and reuse. And sustainability is probably the wrong word, but do we still need a goal about water? And is it just water, or is it all of our natural resources? Is that the goal? I mean, I'll throw it out there to you on that, but is it just water? Does the water goal stay?
I think natural resources is more appropriate. I mean, we have a lot of, water is obviously the underlying issue, but I mean, we have a lot of natural resources that we need to manage appropriately, to make sure that we can still grow and not diminish, the river, the land, et cetera, The
river itself is a natural resource. Whether we take water out of it or not, we use it for many different purposes. The fish, the wildlife that benefit from the river. Water, as far as sustainability for human purposes and for our development, is definitely a question. I agree with the mayor in that I think all of our natural resources, we want to maintain our riparian areas. We want to be able to use those natural resources in a positive way. Kayaking down the river when the water is high enough to do it has been a very attractive outdoor activity. Hiking through the trails, as we talked earlier about the trail system from Utah to Mexico, and the sub-trails off of that main trail. Those are all things that are part of our environment that we need to maintain in our natural resources that we need to support and improve on. So those are things that are going to reduce our suicide rates, the reduction in drug use and alcohol use. Get their minds off of being quarantined all the time. Those are the things that generate people's activities. Not everybody wants to do everything, but by having a large, diverse area of activities to select from, whether it being playing golf or hiking long trails or coming to the rec center and doing a workout or joining some of the programs, by giving people different opportunities, we hopefully catch most of the community and get them involved in something. Even our sports leagues, we're having to cut back on, especially for the kids. It's going to be a real challenge this winter with our basketball if the kids all have to wear masks to play basketball. We've got to find some ways to improve that environmental relationship. And we need to have access without destroying everything.
There's a goal and a guiding principle for council. Is it environment, and is it preserve and protect our natural resources? Is it what is the goal?
Yeah, I think of it, being just we always have been, but I think just continuing our good stewardship of our natural resources. There's a lot of room for improvement as far as I'm concerned here, but I think we do a great job in being excellent stewards. I think there's room for improvement in promoting the good work that we do, which I think will in turn attract residents to the area that align with our values, which would therefore further our efforts in being good stewards. But as far as, city purchasing the water companies, et cetera, we've done a really good job of making sure that we pump less groundwater. We do the right thing when we do pump the groundwater. I think we're leading the charge, but room for improvement.
So as long as we're talking about water, I'll bring up some points here that are going to be very important in upcoming conversations about development. People use the water issue a lot of times to try to say no to development. To talk about our aquifer here, we've got a huge ocean underneath our feet, a lot of water. The natural recharge that comes into that aquifer is 135,000 acre feet per year. Every well in the Verde Valley draws 12 to 14,000 acre feet out of that. So 135 coming in, we pull out 12 to 14 with every well that we've got, every single well. So we've grown over the last 20 years, and we're pulling out less water now than we were in the year 2000. So our efforts are really good at water conservation. I know we've been on that, and we should continue to do that. Even though we've got all this water, and it doesn't appear that we can pull out too much water from this aquifer, we should still be very responsible in that respect and continue to, because it is a resource, and no matter how much and how abundant it is, we should be we should conserve it very well. So I think the direct potable reuse is also going to be very important. And these water resources, I said, no matter how much of this resource we have, we need to be very good with, especially with adjudication coming up, because that's going to be a major issue. So I think we're doing a good job on managing those resources, but we have to remember too that it doesn't look like we're likely to run out. We don't have a water crisis. There was just a rumor that came up with me earlier this week about wells going dry out in Cornville. Somebody started something like that. I don't think there's any substantiation to that. If anybody's got a well that's going dry, it's probably a shallow well. So just the reality of what we do have, but still to be very, very good with using it. So.
I look to see what Sedona's doing as far as their tourism sustainability initiative, or whatever it's called. I can't think of it right now, but that's kind of the canary in the coal mine for me here in Cottonwood, because we know that we're sort of their bleeder valve for tourism, but they're working really hard to not overlove the outdoor recreation that they have. So we should be keeping our eye on that too, because we've got just as much here as they do there. We don't have the red rocks necessarily, but we've got the trails, the river, et cetera, and pretty soon, we too could be faced with having to try to divert some of that love for the outdoors elsewhere, or at least manage it in a way that doesn't abuse it. So that to me kind of ties in with this as well.
We're going to leave an environmental goal in. Right now it reads, continue our stewardship of the natural resources in our city. That sounds sufficient for the goal, and we'll talk more about tactics this afternoon. How about infrastructure? That included the wastewater treatment plant last time, maintaining city assets, traffic is under this. I think we talked a little bit about maybe broadband should be considered infrastructure going forward. Do we need an overall goal about the infrastructure still?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ever get away from it? We heard from a neighboring jurisdiction about their aging infrastructure and improvements that were put in 1912. And I think, are we still out 30 years on our road? Improvements. We're always going to have to prioritize infrastructure. And I do agree. I'd like to see us also being mindful, especially with the work from home and some of the issues our schools have had with broadband hotspots. I think broadband and making sure we've got good connectivity here, not making sure working toward better connectivity is something I'd like to see as a goal under infrastructure personally.
I agree. I mean, municipalities are always constantly chasing infrastructure. It's just something that is a capital asset that continues to be needed to be expanded and grown, and is always deteriorating and needing maintenance and improvement. So I think we've made that a big goal with this council, and put as much capital towards that as we can, and then hopefully we'll be able to grow our budget and continue to add more to that infrastructure. But roads, sidewalks being a priority. I know sewer, water lines, everything's always aging, needing to be maintained. So I think we're doing a pretty good job at moving forward and chasing that dragon, and we need to just keep building on that.
Yeah, I think prioritize is a good word to maybe throw in there as well, as we can.
I agree. I think we've done a good job at keeping our budget aimed at sidewalk and street improvements. One thing I'd like to see us improve upon is maybe trying to get some pressure on ADOT to improve the roads that we can't improve ourselves, and that's a big deal with drawing tourists up here, because you drive in on the state highway and it's just a mess. It's just a real mess, and I don't know that we're doing enough to rattle the tin cup across the bars of this one, but it's bad. And now we have somebody who used to work for ADOT. Two folks, right? Or just Tricia?
Two, the new engineers from
right? Yeah.
ADOT. Again, we can talk about tactics later, but James is well aware of that 89A improvements are a priority. It was funny that the mayor from Jerome was complaining about a highway running through his town. We are responsible for one light in our town. All the others belong to ADOT.
Wow.
I agree with Mayor Elinski on trying to find a way to work with ADOT on that, because I get a lot of complaints from people about why the city isn't doing anything to fix the road around 260 and 89A, which is not our responsibility. And I tell people that when they talk to me and they say, well, what can I do? I said, well, you can call ADOT and see if you can get them moving on this, because they're the ones responsible for those roads, yeah. So if we could lobby with or encourage or whatever ADOT to step it up a little bit over here, that would be great.
Ma'am, if I could just add to the lobbying, again, probably tactics as we talk about this afternoon, but lobbying not just ADOT, but their board. I know that Councilmember Henry met with them almost 2 years ago now, and our elected state officials who allocate the money. So there's a process to get on that list, and at staff we can only do so much, but applying pressure to the board and elected officials.
And go ahead. Oh, well, so we've got Wendy Rogers on our side now, so she owes us. So,
and our city manager did say exactly what I had kind of opened my mouth at the same time to say. That's a rare opportunity. It comes around every maybe 2 to 4 years, because we had hosted them before, And that's something that I would like to see, because that's a captive audience in our town, driving our streets, driving on our streets and our sidewalks. And I think it would be behoove us to continue pressure, and also drawing on, you know, Wendy as well, if that's an opportunity. We have a long list for her.
Yeah.
So last time we talked about the budget and budget process, and I think there was a lot of consensus that you've made significant progress, God bless you, there. Is there a financial goal, an overall financial goal for this time? Whether it's new cost savings initiatives or anything related to budget, or can we take that one off the table this time? Not that that means that you're not going to I'm asking. In terms of, like,
look at me. You'll know what I'm going to say. I think it's all. Most of us would like to see the trend of reserves increasing and debt decreasing continue. Whether or not it's specifically a goal, that still needs to continue.
Also, maybe some diversification on that one. Like this year we got hit with COVID, it completely wrecked the tourism side of it. And if we're too heavily invested in just one aspect of it, you may not feel it now, but I think, was it 2 years behind on that?
No, not months behind on sales tax reporting.
Property taxes. I knew it was one of them.
So for our financial goal, is it to continue our efforts, or
Marcy, if I can add, this is up to council whether you want it to be a main goal or not, but it's really continue to, and I may be repeating what Councilmember Naren said, but it's to continue to increase our reserves and continue to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. Probably a better way to say that, but if they want it to be a goal still. Direction is clear, but.
Right. I'm happy. I would like it to be a goal, just personally. I would also like to hear from other. I like what you had just said. Echoing Councilmember Naren, just continue to be good stewards, or always focusing on being good stewards.
Yes, no, I second that. I mean, I think we want to continue to do what we've been doing, and hopefully, financially, we'll be able to continue to grow those reserves, grow the amount of money we put into infrastructure. I mean, that's the goal. We'll take what we got, and we'll do the best we can with it. But I think, yeah, I think you all know where we're at as a group. I'd like to keep trucking with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
it seems like it was important to all of you in some way or other as part of why you even did this in the first place. So it makes a lot of sense to keep it up at the level with all the other items. Continue to increase reserves and be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. That's the goal. Not strong enough?
Works for me.
So I'm a little hesitant. Maybe this discussion should be held when we get more into the nuts and bolts. I think the overarching goal for me is continue to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I think our vice mayor just touched on something important. I've been worried about reserves because our reserve level was so low for so long and our debt was high. We've been working, making leaps and bounds, in my opinion, on the reserves and our debt. And I do think it would be short-sighted of us if we didn't say, okay, at some point, part of being good stewards is having opportunities to grow our finances, and sometimes that includes moving in directions that may not include a focus on growing our reserves. You know, what are we growing them to? So I would almost be more comfortable saying, continue to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and then this afternoon when we get to what does that look like, having that maybe be a sub-goal or a tactic or something. How does the rest of you feel? How do the rest
I could agree with that. If the overarching goal is to be good stewards of taxpayers' dollars, many times that's going to include having a good reserve. And maybe we need to better define that later on, what we mean by that, because 2 years ago it was we need to increase the amount in reserves, and we've done that. But are we at a level where we're satisfied, or what would that look like, I guess, is the question. We need to decide that.
That's very well said. I mean, obviously, maybe we need to determine what a goal is to have in reserves, because like you mentioned, at that point, we're going to hit that reserve, and then we'll want to stop doing that possibly and start growing other things. Another thing to think about too is we do need to think about and plan for a city hall in the future. It's
you okay?
Okay, I said it. I mean, it's time to get out of Old Town. It's time to. There's valuable real estate down there that could be much better used and utilized for enterprise and things that generate tax dollars. I mean, it's just a fact. We need to finally think about moving forward and putting together a plan for a consolidated city halls somewhere that's not taking up real estate that could be better utilized. So I think you're right. Yeah, we should come up with a number, at not this point, at some time in the near future, to think about what that is. Maybe get staff to tell us what they think a good, comfortable nest egg is, so that we can hit that goal and then think about moving beyond that.
I would agree with that. I think if you look at businesses, they have a reserve and they have a number or a percentage that they want to maintain for emergencies, for development and so forth. And when they reach that number, then their excess funds are used to expand, to grow without having to use those reserves. And they continue then to watch, and as they grow, then they have to have more reserve because they acquire more debt or more threat of a downturn and being able to support themselves. But I think we should figure out where we are that we for our reserves. What are we comfortable with? And when we reach that number, then we need to be spending those extra dollars on improving our infrastructure throughout the city to improve the quality of life for all of our residents and maintain that reserve. If we have to dip into it, then we need to replenish it. But as long as we don't have to use that reserve, then we need to spend those extra dollars improving our quality of life.
What other goals do we need? I don't know if these are the right things or. Do any of these rise to the level of a goal? It sounds like we can put broadband in under infrastructure. Is addressing the housing situation a goal?
Yes, it should be. If we don't solve our housing problem, we're going to
Staff, Councilmember Hulse, I apologize. Staff are missing what you're saying. Can you, sorry, they are actually listening and putting comments in here, so.
Okay. If we don't address our housing situation, one of two things are going to happen. As we've already discussed, most of the people moving here are going to be senior citizens who are coming from areas of the country where what we think is a high price for housing, they think of as a steal. And we're not going to have anything but a bunch of residents who are placing a demand on the city for services without having people to provide those services. So I think we have to figure out how we do our housing. How do we find, as was mentioned yesterday, that we should find developers that will buy land and build workforce housing. And my question to that question, or that statement that was made yesterday, I'm a developer. I'm going to spend several $1 million buying several acres of ground. I want to get the best dollar for my investment that I can back. And that's not going to be building workforce housing. That's going to be building houses like we're seeing right now at the vineyards, at the Mesquite Hills. Those houses are way out of the price range for workforce. They're never going to be able to afford those types of houses. So who's going to build that? That's a problem we need to work on and find. Are there ways to get government subsidies to encourage developers to build workforce housing? The developer is there to make a profit, not there to pacify the community. The whole purpose is, I'm going to make money, just like we're going to be dealing with next week. They're there to make money, not to provide cheap housing, if you will. So that's a question that we've got to resolve. How do we support our workforce? How do we get them housing? And are we willing to change our planning and zoning, our infrastructure as far as what we will allow to be built?
Is there anything we could put in the development, like when they approach and say, hey, we want to put up, 200 houses, where we can say, okay, we'll give you the 200 houses, but this percentage has to be either low income or workforce housing, opposed to.
Again, I don't want to get into tactics. We can do all sorts of things, but they need to meet the bottom line. And so usually the way communities have done that is by subsidizing. So either providing the land for free, which in the Verde Valley is an expensive part of a development, or contributing monies, waiving fees. There's different things you can do to help incentivize it. To require it really cuts things off, especially with the cost of everything right now. The line is narrower than it used to be. I'm not saying we can't, council's prerogative, but there are other opportunities through purchasing land and donating it, and then you can absolutely put some of those requirements. That's what Sedona's doing right now, is they're providing the land for some of their projects, city land, and then they're tying price-controlled kinds of stuff in there. So we can actually do that, but we have to give. We have to participate in it. We can't just mandate it. Can't is the wrong word, but it's usually done. That's why Steve needs to be here. But it's usually done through a partnership, a PPE, a private-public partnership, where we do this and then they do that, and the community benefits in the end. 7th Street, you guys talked about that yesterday, is one of those things that if we wanted to do a PPE, we could do that, and we provide the land, they provide the building, and we come up with some agreement for long-term pricing or something. So yes, it can be done. 260 came to mind. There's some state land out there. I don't know how we get water and sewer out there, but we do that, and then we purchase the land and then ask the developer to come in and develop the project. Again, very expensive and different issues, but there are ways to do it, but it's usually done through a partnership.
So housing is my thing, knowing the market very well and being involved in development and market conditions. That's all done under. Doug is right. I agree with everything. I'm unfortunately going to be the voice of cynicism and reality. And you're right. There's not a lot we can do. We're a very small government on a very limited budget. The only way you really get those things is through government subsidies, very large subsidies. We don't have that. We're probably never going to get there. Any little thing like you're talking about that we could do, it's only going to affect a handful of people. And I've sat down and I've talked with Tanya at Sims at the Habitat and other people, and brainstorm, just trying to figure out what can we do, even what can I do, what can I as a small guy with some capital get together and do, and we just can't come up with it. Market forces determine this. Unfortunately, the biggest solution to that problem is growth, more housing units. Right now we have a supply and demand issue, and as you heard yesterday from Debbie with the SVVAR, and I looked at it myself, I looked it up. Yeah, in the whole Verde Valley, there's 209 properties available for sale. There's 39 in 86326 area code available. We just don't have enough. I've got sellers out there that are waiting out of state, sorry, waiting to come in as soon as I can find them something. I've got one guy, I'm going to think I'm going to be storing some of his stuff in my garage until I can find something. So
everybody gives a little.
I do what I can.
I gave water. I gave electricity to my neighbor.
Yes, you did. I drove by there. You seem to have a lot more neighbors recently.
Knowing your neighbors.
In one property. Yeah. So, I mean, really, unfortunately, we're going to be struggling with this. That we can put this on our wish list and hope, but there's just not going to be much we can do about it. And if there's an opportunity, great. I think I talked to Tim a little bit about just Randy Garrison has got a thing going on out there in different places that he had mentioned that sounds like the best thing I've heard yet, in having all these conversations with people. And maybe we need to get together with him and find out how maybe we can bring some of that around here or participate somehow. But it sounded like the best plan that I've heard that's actually being implemented. And we're not going to help everybody. We can help as many people as we can help with that. So, sorry, put it on the wish list. Everybody's right. We need those things. We'd like to get them, but there's just not a whole lot we can do.
I agree that it appears an insurmountable problem, and I think whatever solutions we come up with are going to help a very small subsect of our community. It's just the numbers just aren't going to be there. But like Tanya Sims said yesterday, she was encouraging us not to think too big on this issue, but maybe just try to have some small wins. And I think that we can achieve those small wins, even if it's just, for example, the property on 7th Street. But bigger than that, I think what we can do is, and I think we've done a good job in terms of, well, Inspiration is a good example. I think that's a project that is going to bring in diversity of housing that's going to, it certainly won't be affordable. And I agree, it is all market driven, but it's still diversity in housing, and I think it's still going to be more attainable than we'd have otherwise if it was just, single family residential. Same with the vineyards, they have townhouse designs that will go, a long way toward being more attainable. I think Supervisor Garrison's plan, like you spoke yesterday, across the counter permitting availability for a home that's pre-designed and, which is lessen the overall cost. It's going to help us. These little things, I think it's going to be a lot of little things that we can do to try to lower it somewhat. But I think, to do nothing isn't, probably we have to do something, even if we are a little bit cynical, realizing it's not going to be a silver bullet. There isn't a silver bullet, and a housing authority too, I think would really help. Regional housing authority.
You mentioned townhouses too, and that's something that if we can somehow encourage and make available more zoning for townhouses, if their builder has a desire. Like you look at Mountain Gate, they did a lot of townhouses in there originally and lately, and they sold off really quickly because they were at a price point which people couldn't buy a single family home, and they got snatched up. So there's perhaps those small things.
Question for you, Ron. On the derelict properties that we have, I know there's only like 4 or 5 right now in the city. Okay.
My apologies.
You haven't been putting enough of them on. Anyway, when we have the derelict properties like Livingston's, where we can't get him to do anything, when we condemn those, do we take over the property? No, not yet. That's not where we're at yet. We're doing other abatement things, forcing it to be torn down. So our prosecutor's working to get those sold. So I don't want to get in the middle of we have an ongoing court proceeding, but we're working with other solutions that would make that land or homes available for sale. That's what I was thinking. So we're working on that. If we were condemning those and taking them over, that would be city lands that we could work with a developer or a builder that come in and build 1 or 2 structures on a property, depending on the size. We're working down those lines, not through
condemnation or anything like that yet. We're not there yet, but we're finding other ways to sell it, and kind of going with what Mrs. Sims said yesterday, keeping what we have and fixing it up. When you tear it down and pull everything out, well, you might have new setback requirements. You have new fire sprinkler requirements. So we have to be balanced to make sure that if it's salvageable and we can rebuild it or fix it, that's our first approach in those kinds of things, to make sure that we have affordable housing, because the minute you start over, you've increased the price significantly. So the team is doing a fantastic job in trying to balance that out with getting the property improved, getting it back on the market, either rental or for sale, to provide for our community. But we're working that end.
Well, I think it's very difficult for government to finally end up taking forcefully private property, and I'm all for that being an extremely difficult thing to do. It's very dangerous.
So one of the things about this being a priority, if you put it as a goal, it just remember as my staff creates a budget this year, there needs to be a connection to this strategic plan. So if housing is a priority, that you, whether it be positions or the allocation of money to fixing up rentals or subsidizing Tanya's program, I thought that was a great program where you give a little money to help people fix up their property so they can stay in it. There's all sorts of things we could do, and staff would be required to connect it to a goal. So if this is a priority, if this is where you want us to allocate budget and staff time, if it's a goal, it helps.
A question though, didn't it used to be under growth? So are we then, is your question, are we taking it out to be its own standalone goal? Because wouldn't it also be considered, I mean, didn't you touch on it in growth? I know I wasn't here for some of that.
We could do both, absolutely. So under growth, that's where we look at expansion. I can tell you that 89 and Vine is a multi-unit, very diverse development, has some high density, low density, big houses, small houses, I think townhomes. One of the versions I saw included bungalows off of 89A. So yes, it can easily go under growth.
Just to reiterate, and you had that question yesterday to Tanya about the CHIRP program, critical home repair. So I was part of that team for quite a while, building wheelchair ramps and doing those critical home repairs, and it was all over the Verde Valley, not just in Cottonwood. But that's something too that we might want to think about. I'm not thinking so much somebody like Livingston where that's an income property, but there are a lot of people out there living in these houses and they're deteriorating around them, and they just don't have the money to do that. So perhaps there's something we can look at into in part of our donating of money, something to a program like that, or even with the Habitat saying it has to go to Cottonwood properties to help those people, because then it precludes those offenses of which they'd be fined for, and it helps people keep them in their home. Something to think about. Again, we can help a handful of people that way, but it would keep properties in good condition and keep people in their homes and safe.
I think we could put housing under growth, but I want to challenge us to think about our definitions. When we say workforce housing, workforce affordable is not the same thing on everybody's mind. So when certain people hear affordable housing, they're thinking very low income. And when other people hear it, they're thinking people that are, like our service workers and stuff. So, and part of our workforce in town falls into low income. That's what I have in one of my properties is a bunch of families trying to make ends meet, working the service industry jobs and just can't get above that level. And then the other part of the workforce can afford some of this other housing that is going on. So I think we need to delineate and define what we mean by those terms going forward, so that I think we do need to attract more workforce housing for people that make above the very low income levels, but we also need to attract more housing for the low income people who don't make enough, or the ones who are retired on a fixed income.
Sounds like we're mixed as to whether this wants to, whether we want this to rise to the level of a goal.
I'd be fine with it living under the growth goal that we have. I think it ties in well with that. But I do think, I think we all agree that it deserves some serious attention.
That will it being a subset of the growth goal, does that rise to the level that'll empower your staff to address it?
So if I can, it sounds like when we get to specifics this afternoon, my guess is some of this will come up again, and we can give us a clear direction. Marcy, I have one other item that I wanted to ask Council, because I heard it at the beginning of the meeting today, and we heard it yesterday, and that was, is it time to put workforce development as its own priority, or does that stay under growth under economic development as well? I think we're making great strides in that, working with the college and VTAC and all that, but and we do spend a fair amount of time on it. But is that its own goal as well?
You're saying workforce development, is that what you said?
Workforce development, yeah, yeah, that's really what we've been working on, skills, trades, all sorts of things. But
hard one, because at what point do we take that on a bigger role at it moving forward versus encouraging other private or even public organizations such as the college to really focus, which I think personally, I think I like where we're at. I don't know about growing our role, but that's just me.
I agree with that completely, that it's happening. We don't need to be directly involved in that other than supporting in any way that they might come to us and say, hey, we need your help. So I agree. That's already happening. Love what I see, and we shouldn't make it a primary point.
But Ron, is there something from a council, from our perspective, that we're not aware of? I mean, obviously you brought that up, and so it's something that you said it takes up a considerable amount of staff time.
Yeah, it's more about, probably at my level, supporting the college, helping make connections, helping committees, get together, working with Arizona First, it's not right, Local First in some of their programs. We've helped make connections with some of their workforce programming. So we work very globally at that, and so I just didn't know if there was something more specific that we could do. I just didn't know. I don't have an answer to it. Like, there's nothing I want to do that I needed to be, but I really haven't directed my staff to really get on it and do anything special other than Tricia. So I just was running it through here. Is this an opportunity that council wants me to do more of, or just continue with what we're doing? Because I couldn't agree more that the college is doing a great job. Our high school is doing a great job. We're making a lot of those connections, but I was just kind of curious because a lot has been said over the last 2 days about workforce development, and I didn't know if council wanted us to work on it more.
And I agree with what Councilmember Henry says, is that it doesn't typically fall under what this government should do. But there's a lot of ways that we can support workforce development, which I think we have been, and I think this, the amount of pressure that was applied on Yavapai College, the amount of support given to VACT and some of these other programs has really gone a long way just in the last few years to put a lot of emphasis on this side of the mountain for workforce development. So I don't necessarily want to let up on those efforts, and I think I've tried to be really vocal with Yavapai College. I think that's paid off. But in terms of offering mentorship programs through the city of Cottonwood and expanding on those sort of opportunities, I think we have. We don't need to be leading the effort because we're not an educational institution. We can certainly be a support for those institutions and to make sure that we do everything we can to help support workforce development, because it is tied to economic growth, et cetera.
One thing I would like to see the city do is, as far as the workforce programming, when I was campaigning 2 years ago, I talked to contractors screaming, we don't have any help. We can't find anybody to do the jobs. And I would tell them about VAC and the college. They didn't know about it. Can we do something in our advertising to support both the college and the high school programs? A lot of these contractors, they'll hire high school kids, to do manual labor parts of the construction. At the same time, they're learning their apprenticeships, And these guys that I talked to just they'd never heard of it. So it was not a question of, we're doing this for the kids, but the contractors have no idea that it's out there. And we just need to get the publication out. And I would think we could do that through our Facebook and other advertising, reminding. So the contractors know, or maybe through planning and zoning when they come in to file paperwork, saying, well, are you needing people? Are you aware of these programs?
High school too, because like we got lucky with the automotive instructor who went out and got everybody together. And there are programs at that high school that nobody knows exist. Right. But at the same time, those instructors aren't going out there and saying, you know, and I've heard it too from the contractors and the HVAC guys, and it's like, well, you know, if you call this one, I'm sure he's got kids that'll come, and there's that huge disconnect. But I think a lot of that's on the high school side as well.
Yeah, and you know, for my part, I'll continue to try to be that link between the educational institutions. I mean, pre-COVID, I was meeting every other month for lunch with the superintendents, Westcott, King, Dr. Red, Ryan, Bob Ware. So we would meet for lunch and just try to make those connections. It's really important to me. It's going to, you know, continue to be important to me. I would still like to see Ron and his staff try to support those efforts. I don't think it's going to cost a lot of money, just other than just staff time, but I think there's still just a lot of room for growth in this area.
At our we're a little over our appointed time for break.
If we address one more thing, though, does anybody mind? Citizen engagement. As we've talked about everything else, and we haven't brought that up. And you all know how passionate I am about trying to get the public engaged in this process and communicating with us. I would really like to see us do something formally in a strategic plan to address that, so that we as a council, rather than just one or two of us running around trying to engage them, we can have a broader impact if we work together.
About that. So, and I've mentioned it before, we can't seem to get them to come in and get engaged. I think what I've seen is the best tool we have for at least getting our message out there. This is what we're doing. This is what's going on. And to try to engage them is to put out something along with the water bills. Because water bill goes out to every single household in Cottonwood and in the surrounding area of Cottonwood. And I think that's really our best form of trying to get information out there, because they have to be proactive on everything else, online or come to a meeting, or they have to seek it out. If we can come up with some plan to get our message at least out there on things and to show people that what we're doing, you know, because they all think, yeah, every decision we make, we're trying to line our pockets. I still haven't figured out how that works yet, but to at least get our message out there. Maybe they won't read it, maybe they will, but I think it's our best form of trying to engage the public, because it goes out to every household in every month.
Not every household. It goes out to all the homeowners and the renters who pay a water bill. But we have many renters who do not have to pay for water or sewer that is covered in their rent. And so we would still be missing that population.
A multi-pronged approach, and I like how the vice mayor is thinking outside the box, because he's right. That is one way I read. You know, if it comes in my mail, I read it, unless it's.
I can't hear you.
But I don't want to do that in lieu of everything else that we're doing to communicate that may not reach as many folks as we would like it to, but still reaches those that choose to be reached by it. So again, I think that is a valuable new avenue that we can explore. But I don't want to ignore also everything that we're doing to try to let folks know we're here. We're as transparent as we can be. We're trying to engage with you. Reach out to us. I don't think we can ignore it, but I do think we should be exploring new avenues as well.
So these kind of tactics things we can talk about later, but can we agree that we should have this as a goal in the strategic plan this year?
I could see it being a goal, or I could also see it being under quality of life to help enforce our culture of small town feel. But I think it's something that definitely was a running theme yesterday and has been in past retreats, and I think it's something that deserves a lot of our attention.
One small example, when Ron sent that email out recently about just that short email about our money, putting into this much into reserves, whatever, just a short little synopsis of what we've done positively with our budget. I was able to send that out to some of my people, and they were thrilled. They looked, I mean, that was something that, you know, they don't know. And I just sent that information out, and they came back and said, wow, that's really great. So yeah, as many people as we can get that message out there, look what we're doing for you, and here's the facts. Had very positive response on that.
Ron, is there someone on the staff whose responsibility it is to monitor and manage citizen engagement?
We have a third of an FTE that is our PIO. She spends, and she's brand new. Leah was doing a great job trying. So we have a third of an FTE. So 33% marketing for Parks and Rec, 33% marketing for the city, and 33% for the PIO. But to be honest with you, and really that focus, even for PIO, is really economic driven. So tourism stuff, positive imaging, trying to rebuild that culture. There was a lot of resharing of Visit Cottonwood, and during COVID, there was a lot of COVID updates, but it's really been a goal to try to make it a positive message and less about the budget, which I know I needs to get better.
I have so each department also manages their own citizen engagement, right, right now?
Ma'am, I apologize. I missed the question.
So each department right now handles their own citizen engagement. Is that correct?
Most, yes. Yes, yeah, the police department, fire department.
Library.
Yep, library, parks and rec. Community development really doesn't have someone dedicated for that, but they've been going through administrative staff issues, so they go through admin. So yeah, fire, PD, library, parks and rec really do a lot of their own citizen engagement, and then the rest of us are lumped together.
So Jackie, when you said you'd like it to be an actual standalone goal, because I'm wondering what part of it is our job to be, as our vice mayor said, getting the word out. So kind of a reminder, and hey, council, how are we doing? Like, as you've been very active in doing your meetings and making sure folks stay in know you're available with information, and what part of it is inherent in a particular department?
I think I'm more concerned with our ability to engage the public rather than city staff's ability to engage the public. Because when I talk to people, when I'm talking to people, they're talking about what the council's doing, not what the city staff are doing necessarily, although the city staff are doing what we direct them to do. But I really would like to find a way to engage them in the process and in communicating with us more directly on more issues, not just the big contentious issues, about what they want the city to look like, what they want the services to look like, how they want the growth. I mean, we really need that input. If we're going to speak for them, which we all do, we have to find a way to get that input more consistently.
But you're comfortable with that as being a part of a goal under quality of life? Because I think that's not just it's like for budget. I think part of that falls on us.
Yes, I agree. It does. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's 12:15. We had scheduled to have lunch until about 12:45. Is a half hour enough?
That's what we managed yesterday.
Okay. So let's reconvene at 12:45.